Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, staff, for being here and others, administration, my colleagues here. Thank you. And this time, I'm now calling the meeting to order, and it's 3:00 p.m. Roll call, District 1,
District 1, Patrice Horseman, present.
2,
Good afternoon, everyone. District 2, Jeronimo Vasquez. Thank you for being here.
District 3,
Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4, I'm here, Judy Piguet, and District 5.
Lena Fowler, Coconino County Supervisor, District 5. I'm present. Thank you.
Okay, let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. On our agenda, we have an executive session, so we will be in executive session from 3 to 5 p.m. Is there a motion to do so?
So move, we go into executive session for advice from legal counsel.
I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made by Supervisor Horseman, second by Supervisor Ontiveros. We are now going to executive
Those in
session.
favor?
All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries, and we will go upstairs for the executive session, and we should return by 5 p.m. Thank you. presentation and discussion of the Pepsi Amphitheater 2024 season facility investment needs, the potential opportunity for expanding the capacity of the venue. And I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to County Manager.
Thank you, Chair Brigade, members of the board, and Cynthia Nemeth. I certainly don't want to steal any thunder but then I do it. Then I do it. Cynthia and I, we met with Parks and Recreation on the budget yesterday, and so wanted to acknowledge the positive work that Parks and Recreation has been doing to manage the public-private partnerships, its impact on the Parks and Recreation budget, how we utilize that budget to benefit our residents, our facilities. And I know she'll be introducing Carrie Doon with our entertainment. And Carrie, I remember I was actually with the county when the contract was awarded, and just wanted to acknowledge how far we've come and what you and your team have been able to build and igniting our amphitheater and really providing an entertainment, recreation outlet for our community. And it's significant. So, and I know that we can keep getting better, right? And we will. So again, just wanted to kick that off with acknowledging your work. Thank you.
On here. Yeah, thank you, Andy. Madam Chair, members of the board, let's see if I can pull up this presentation. What's the best way to do that?
Liz, if you want to go ahead and share your screen.
Gotcha. I don't know that she was ready to share the presentation screen, though. That's the presentation, not the video. Oh, you don't have it pulled up. From OnBase? We could do without presentation, but you're going to miss the amazing pictures. So, okay. Well, let me go ahead and just start with introductions. I do have our entertainment here with us today, and Carrie Dunn, who is our, he's a co-presenter with us for me, we're both presenting today. He's a partner with Our Entertainment North, along with Reed Glick, who is also with a partner of Our Entertainment. And Reed leads the artistic booking along with Ellie and Jen, and they're responsible, Reed and his team, for all the amazing acts that have come to the amphitheater over the course of the years. And he brings with him 45 years of industry knowledge to the amphitheater. And Alicia Klein, she's the general manager for Our Entertainment. And she's been in this industry for 31 years. And then we also have Stephen Strickland, who is the venue manager and has been with this organization for 6 years and has been doing a tremendous job of running that venue day to day, along with his other Our Entertainment partners. Now, there are many other Our Entertainment employees online, about 9 of them who are watching in from home. So I want to welcome them here. Also, there are a few Parks and Recreation commissioners who said they were going to join us. Commissioner Blue might be with us today, as well as Commissioner Mongrain and others. And then, of course, our Parks and Recreation staff. Liz is out in the hallway. She'll be in here shortly. But Liz Krug, our assistant director, is with us today, as well as Shayla Gunn, our Recreation and Fair manager. And Shayla actually is the main contact for the amphitheater and the contract administrator. So I want to welcome all of you here today. All right, so now that we have a presentation up, we'll move on to that first slide, or the next slide, I should say. Thank you, Liz. So what we're going to talk about today, I'm going to give you a brief background of the amphitheater. Carrie's going to talk about how the year 2024 went, their last season, and give you a little bit of information about what's in store for 2025. I think you have been seeing a few emails from Kerry alerting you of what to expect, but he'll talk a little bit more in depth about 2025. And then really the crux of our conversation today is going to be discussing this opportunity in which we find ourselves potentially expanding the amphitheater, the capacity of the amphitheater. And we do very much need to talk about investments that need to be made into this venue, whether we grow, whether we don't grow. But there are investments that do need to be made into this revenue generating program that we offer. And then we'll conclude with your questions, any discussion, and talk to you a little bit about what the next steps are that you can expect with this matter. All right. So we move on to the next slide. In terms of the background, the amphitheater is nearly 20 years old. We opened it, the grand opening was in 2006, so here we are, 19 years later. The time has literally flown by. We have operated the amphitheater under an independent contract model, and that's brought great value to the county. Value in the sense that we've had experts. We've had experts like Reed and Carey running the venue. Alicia, who has 20 years experience running the Celebrity Theater in the Valley. Steve, who's been one of the best venue managers that we've had. I mean, we have, this model brings great value to the county. They have the expertise in production. They have the expertise in concessions. They have the expertise in acting as the promoter and working with promoters, which is an art upon itself, in itself, right? And they're able to focus on the amphitheater pretty much full time. Not that that's the only thing that they do, but they are able with individuals like Steve on the ground are able to focus on the amphitheater full time and activate that venue full time between April and October. So those are things that we cannot do in our department. So they bring a lot of expertise. And so that is the value of this partnership. Additionally, just to speak about the revenue model with our independent contractors, this is our entertainment is the second independent contractor that we've had. We've had a couple of business models, but mostly always a revenue share. There was a time where it was a flat rate that we received from the independent contractor, but it's always been a revenue share. Now we're in a revenue share model where there's a minimum guarantee or that which is greater of the various revenue sharing revenue streams that you see on the slide here. The amphitheater's been voted Best of Flagstaff 6 times. That's really great. We're always super proud of that. And we've been seeing an increased number of shows and sellouts. But I'm going to let Kerry talk a little bit more about that, about the year of 2024 and 25 and what we can expect in the future. And he'll talk about the opportunities that we have in front of us. So, Kerry.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, it is great to be in this room with you to share what we've been doing and what you guys have allowed us to do for many years. We're getting ready to celebrate our 13th year here. And I got to tell you, 13 years ago, when Reed and I stepped forward to do this, there was only 3 shows at the amphitheater, and one of them was ours. We brought B.B. King here. So we've gone from 3 shows to about 40, and we've been doing this with a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and we have finally got to a point where this is becoming very interesting. Reed spends a lot of time on the road because he goes to New York, Nashville, and LA talking to all the industry about this place. And it takes a while. But you know what? He got Robert Plant last year. The guy played 14 places in the whole world. Here was one of them. We're doing some really special things here, and we're just so excited to be here. And I don't know how to work this machine. Liz, my assistant, my secret assistant, thank you very much. Like I said, we had 40 shows last year. 4 sellouts, Lord Huron, Billy Idol, Robert Plant, Teddy Swims. Hardly anybody knew who the heck Teddy Swims was, or Jelly Roll when we brought them, and all of a sudden, I can't wait to share. I've been sharing with you some of the folks we got this year that no one's ever heard of until they play here and will be sold out, and then they're the next on it. Some of the really cool things about it, we employ about 120 people from the county at our show, everywhere from ticket takers to security to box office, parking, stage, sound. It takes a village. And basically, we pay between $75 and $20 per hour, depending on where your seat is. So it's really good for a lot of the folks here to come work this. Reed started something many years ago, which is super cool. He goes backstage with the band and asks for their guitar to be signed. And then Steve, a lot of times, go on stage and auctions it off. Last year, we raised $34,000. We've raised about $175,000 overall. And one more time, Liz, give me another slide, dear. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, hang on there. Hang on there. I'm on a roll. No. About $81,000 has been raised for the Friends. 60% of that money goes back to the fair. We're excited about that. We launched our own beer last year with Mother Road called Amp Ale. It was the third most popular beer sold at the amphitheater. The can was beautiful. They did an amazing deal. To continue with our service, and when we got here, we had kind of a shaky security staff here, so we decided that we needed to do it ourselves. We now have a wonderful security team. They train all the time in customer service. They're not just guys with big necks throwing people out. They're here to help. And last year, Reed and I invested $20,000 in the best security screening. Even Homeland Security doesn't have it at this model. So coming through, we just felt for the safety of our patrons to be smart that we were going to invest in that, which we did. But I do want to show you a little video, a very, very short video, give you a little bit of what we've done this year, last year, and 13 years ago. Liz? Well, for these. How do you get the volume, Liz? Oh, yeah. There's Reed singing. Very good little piano player. Yeah.
We're working through dinner. This is our dinner. We're sorry to eat in front of you. But if anybody would like,
Speedwagon. Sheryl Crow. Willie Nelson. Robert Plant. Billy Idol. Steve Martin. The Beach Boys. Cheap Trick. Jelly Roll. Dave Cars. B.B. King. Don Felder. Dwight Yoakam. Los Lonely Boys. Pickin' in the Pines. Ziggy Marley. Let's get together and feel alright. Teddy Swims. Big Head Todd and the Monsters. Melissa Etheridge. Blues Traveler. Bruce Hornsby. Just the way it is. Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. Collective Soul. And many more. You built it. They are coming.
Well, this is just smattering of what's going on here and what has gone on here, but you guys did build it and they are now coming. We have really got to a point where all of our collective hard work has put this place on the map from a national perspective. People are calling us because they want to play here. From day one, Reed and I started a myth. This is just like Red Rocks because we knew how all the performers felt about Red Rocks. And after 13 years, they're believing it, that it is the same kind of experience as they get for Red Rock. So I think that, are you up next? Oh, cool part. Every single show, we do an economic survey of all the patrons that show up. And I've been sending this and all of these other things to you. But here's interesting. 67% of all the people that come are not from Coconino County. This is a huge tourism play. And when they do come, they spend a lot of money in hotels and restaurants, retail. Our total economic impact last year was $13 million. Venues around the country would love to have these kinds of numbers. We are so lucky that this is the kind of place that people want to come to, and then they want to spend a couple extra days. They may go out to the Grand Canyon, they may go to some other sites, but we feel that we're kind of the light that draws everybody here. Last year, we earned $174,000 for the county through all the different methods that Cynthia outlined before. So, you know, we got to this point, and Liz, could you give me one more slide? No. This is a slide that has to do with attendance and revenue share. As you can see, as attendance goes up, revenue goes up. The next slide too, please. Thank you. We've got 14 shows, actually 15 booked. Reed has like 36 offers out to people from all musical walks. We're installing 4 video boards this year on our own. That'll be on the columns. It'll make the whole night a little bit easier. People will get to see, and we're very excited about doing this. We also invested in some other things that aren't sell tickets: forklifts, scissors lift, light towers, golf carts, storage containers. We have to get this because now we're getting larger bands. We're getting people like Robert Plant. He's not coming in a Volkswagen. He's coming with trucks. And we really need to have all of this equipment. And we just figured we better get it because it's coming and it's not something we're asking you guys for. We just know that to be efficient, to do the kinds of things that we have done correctly so far, we have to continue it. And it's our risk. We're risking millions of dollars every season on these acts to come, and we have turned the corner opposed to the first couple of years. Liz, how about the next one, please? So we're at a crossroads. I mean, we're doing great. The facility is almost 20 years old. I don't know about you, but they're tearing down Major League Baseball parks at 20 years old. It needs a little bit of love. We had, I know some of you have come out when we had Melissa Etheridge and had her folks talk in the backstage, but we need simple things like electricity they can plug in their bus. Some small things that makes their life so much easier. There is so much competition out there now. We have to have simple things. They're asking us for washer and a dryer because they want to clean their clothes as they're going through. We're the only venue that they go to that doesn't have a washer dryer. It's just things that you would take for granted, and we just have a building that's 20 years old and just have not been able to do some of those kinds of things. We would like to talk about getting greater capacity. The shows that sold out last year in minutes, we could have sold a lot more tickets, made much more money for the county and for us. And so we need to push, we'd like to push those gates back and increase our capacity. Restrooms, on every survey, our economic surveys, there's always the restroom question. 20 years ago, it was probably fine having 3 restrooms or whatever we have. But now we're bringing thousands of people to this venue every time. People spend a lot of time in line at the bathroom. We have to figure out how we can do that. Our backstage, as I alluded to before, is really difficult for the buses to turn around. It's a nice little circle, but we need to fill in some of that area just so we can park more. As the bands are getting bigger, as the opportunities for us are getting larger, we need to have the back of the house fixed up a little bit. Our food court and VIP hospitality area, we know we need to do a lot of love. And I guess the one that's near and dear to all of our hearts is how do we expand and relocate the ADA seating? Right now, the ADA seating is down the ramp going to the stage. Now, I want you to picture a nice man in a wheelchair in his 80s and his 90-year-old wife trying to bring this wheelchair down. It's scary. We've had, unfortunately, people kind of fall out of their chair. We've had our staff having to carry people down. It's just not ideal. We need to go up top, create the right ADA section so everybody's safe, and we can call it a day. Liz, could you do another slide? You're so good at this. Okay, I know you want to do all this part.
I want to go fishing if we're streaming. I mean, darn. Now, I just wanted to add that, as Carrie was talking about the video screens, it's a lot of this we're taking on ourselves because we're hearing from the artist and what they're asking us for. But the video screens are for our customers. They're for our your customers, my customers. You've all been there. You've seen the pillars. You've seen the signs on the pillars that are beautiful that the local companies make and put together. But we're looking at it going, we can do better. So we went out, we just bought 4 LED walls. You're going to have LED walls so that the advertising and everything will be on it. So it'll be neat, crisp. It'll look as beautiful as the surrounding areas that the amphitheater has to offer. And it's the pride that we all take in what you've given us to take care of. And I just wanted to say, and the other part about the attendance is it's so we get more people, but it also helps me lower the cost of the ticket or allow more people the opportunity to come in. There's so much with the numbers. Acts, anybody who knows, since COVID, acts have gone up 30 to 50%. It's astronomical what they're asking for. And it's how we can best massage everything to make the numbers work for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Reed. Moving on to financial overview, I wanted to talk a little bit about where we've been and where we are. Over the course of 19 years, the amphitheater has, through the county's revenue share, the county's general fund has received nearly $1.5 million. We've expended about $1 million in maintaining the venue or the day-to-day operations, watering the grass, mowing the grass, paying utilities, and that's been a cost that has over the past couple of years has really gone up as the utilities. And our average annual expense right now is about $60,000. We've invested in the amphitheater. It's not like we have not. We had to invest in a new roof, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. And that was a $500,000 investment, and the insurance has already been deducted from there. Okay, how about that? Yes. Okay. And then is that better? Okay. And then in FY '23, through that budget development process, we were able to retain the earnings of that year, which was $157,000, and we were able to reinvest those dollars, and I'll share a little bit more about that. Liz, if you'll flip it over to the next slide. So with that $157,000, we did a lot. We replaced water heaters. I mean, really some basic things, water heaters, HVAC. It says it's in progress, but that'll be done this week. We tied into the sewer. The wastewater was going into a septic system that had to be pumped out and hauled away and then processed at KBID. That is now, it says in progress, but that got done last week. We addressed some safety issues like a retaining wall and added a new egress, a new ingress and egress. Basic paint, we needed to paint the exterior of the buildings. Saw some obvious preventative maintenance stuff. We added some electrical pedestals, and we were also able to address some lighting needs in the green room. We talked about the roof. So previously, we had a canvas roof that was held up with aluminum bracing and poles and whatnot. It was installed every year. It was dismantled every fall. It was transported to Phoenix, and it was held there until the next spring, and then they'd bring it back up. It collapsed with a late winter storm, and while at the time we were devastated, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise. We don't have now the replacement of that vinyl roofing, which would have to happen at least every 10 years if we took really, really good care of it. But we have now better sound. Aesthetically, it looks so much better. And the entertainers have a better musical experience, as does the attendees. We did invest in crowd control barriers at $16,000. And then the roof. So all in all, we've invested about $700,000, and most of it going to that roof, which again I believe is a blessing in disguise. All right, next slide. And our entertainment head, they talked about the investments that they made last year and the investments that they're planning on making this year. But it's important to recognize they have been making investments all along. And I think it's important to recognize the long-term and the depth of this partnership. They have invested in state-of-the-art point-of-sale system. They've upgraded furnishings. They've made the food and beverage experience a lot better. They've tripled their staff for better customer service, developed a food court area. They provide an amazing outdoor kitchen and living room space for entertainers and VIPs. Of course, they invest in some of the guitars, and they've done a lot, right? And not to mention their own operational expenses, which in 2024 was nearly $400,000, and that didn't even account for the artists that they took the risk in purchasing. And then, so the next slide is the investments that we need just to maintain status quo. This isn't even about the growth factor. Things that we need just to keep the venue contemporary and ensure that our visitors, artists, and ticket purchasers have a good experience. We need new hoists. They are as old as the venue itself. And these are the things, the machines that actually lift the speakers in the air. They are getting serviced every year. We're not terribly concerned, but they are reaching the end of their life. And we would feel better to replace them. We need a new walk-in cooler. Carrie spoke of the ADA seating area needing some improvements. We painted the outside, now we got to paint the inside. think everybody who's been there knows that restrooms would be of great value. And we also need to figure out how to hang lights not year round, but seasonally. Right now, for each show, they go up and they come down, and we just need to ensure that the structure can hold additional weight. So there's some engineering work that has to happen there, lighting in the parking lots, and better directional signage. And those are some of the things that, whether we grow the venue or not, we really need to address. And then the next slide is, these are the things that would get us in this growth model, realigning the fence, the restrooms again, would definitely have to happen with an increase in capacity. Carrie spoke about the back of house investments for the tour buses and whatnot, parking and also electric for them, and then the expansion of the food court. So there's, that's not, some of those would actually cover both the status quo, but the investments for growth would definitely need to happen. Those are the projects that would definitely need to happen. And next slide is discussion and questions and answers. Say, what, if you have anything that we can questions that we can help answer, thoughts, comments that we can take with us, and then we'll finish up with next steps.
Supervisor Horseman? Oh, Supervisor Contreras.
Okay, thank you. Now, I know that you probably had I know we had a private meeting where I asked these questions, but I'm going to ask the questions to bring it onto the public record.
Right.
So, when you guys are talking about realigning fence for greater carrying capacity, I know the answer to this, but it's currently, I believe the seating capacity is currently at 3,200, right? And what you guys would like to accomplish is 5,000? Am I correct?
For a total of about 4,000 to 4,000 to 5,000, yes. So another 1,000 to 1,500
Okay.
capacity.
Okay. The increased number of restrooms, we had talked about this, and we had talked about the portable ones, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through these investments for immediate growth. Can you give me the dollar figure for realigned fence for greater carrying capacity?
Let's see, did I bring, yes. We're looking, I think that one was about $95,000.
Okay. And then we have the increased number of restrooms, the cost.
$150,000, but that doesn't account for the tying in to water and sewer, because that's going to depend on the actual location. So to purchase a portable structure, I mean, you can spend more than that. You could probably spend less than that, but we have projected 150.
I'm not texting, I'm using my calculator in case anyone's. Okay, increased parking capacity backstage and power for tour buses. What do you estimate the cost would be for that?
I don't have that number.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody, it was in your packet.
Okay.
It's those, we put all of the investment dollars in there. Okay. Thank you, Supervisor Horseman.
Okay. And what do you, and again, I'm just getting this so people watching, they can see this because they don't have our packet,
Yeah.
okay? Expand food court and VIP hospitality area, what do you?
I brought the basic expansion packet information with me. Was that like 20? I'm totally going off the top of my head, and I probably should not do that. It was in there.
20,000?
It was also in that in your packet. 10.
10,000, okay. So then we're looking at a total cost of 391,000. Does that sound about right?
Okay, there you
Okay.
go. Yeah.
So then that would take it to 546? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to leave it there right now with my questions. Well, no, actually, hold on. I'm sorry.
Because you had originally, you had asked about a return on
I
investment.
did, and that's actually, I don't know how I missed that.
Yeah,
But
and
that's what I
so
was wondering
the
about.
most basic package of, buying a restroom, a portable restroom, would you call it? Trailer.
Right.
The hoist and the fence, those are kind of like the most basic things the most immediate things that we would want to invest in right away. That comes out to about a 5-year return on investment of costing it out at about $300,000, taking another additional third of tickets sold. That's what I came up with, was about a 5-year return on investment. That was just for the most basic, yeah, to get us up and running. And then we would address these other things with additional funds that based on a proposal that you'll see during the budget process.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and I know I'm jealous because this is in District 3, and this is one of my favorite things is in District 3, and that is our wonderful regional park and the great amphitheater, the Pepsi Amphitheater. And first and foremost, I want to thank you all. You have done a great job on the management, the bands that you're bringing in. They're fabulous. I wish I could go to every single one, but I've been able to go to a few, which is very, very wonderful. And I'm looking forward to what you're going to bring in rounding out the season. And I'm not the only one. I mean, you talk to so many people in our community. You talk to friends from Phoenix and other places, and they're saying, yeah, I'm going to come on up. Can I stay at your house? But they're wanting to come on up and, really take part in what we're doing here. And I think it's better than Red Rock because it's intimate. And, I just love what we are able to offer and looking forward to the things that need to get done on the next steps. This is one of the projects we have here in Coconino County that is revenue producing. And it also not only is revenue producing for the county, but it also is economic development for our community. So I think these are the kinds of things that we as a board, and I know it's hard because we have limited funds, but these are the kinds of things that can pay for themselves. They can increase economic development, increases job opportunities. It just checks all the boxes. So I'm excited about hearing about this in the budget, and I'm sure mostly District 3 supervisors really excited about hearing about this in the budget. And, when in 2023, when we, the board, decided to put back into the revenue goes back into the facility, I thought that was ongoing. And that was I'm bad. I thought it was. And I think that's something that when we look at our budget, we need to look back at. As I said, this is revenue producing, and yet we can expand, the revenue that's coming in. But if we're going to do that, we do need to make some improvements. I like the expansion of the seating area. I really like the shade, you guys, so keep the shade there. I love the idea that you've got some videos. Now I'm really excited to see that. We'll be there in May to see it soon. And so very, very excited. And I want to thank you for your vision, your commitment, your partnership, and your trust in us. And for the county and for our Parks and Recreation, their trust in you and their partnership in working with you. So again, I know it's not before us now. We're going into budget season, and I'm looking forward to a very robust and vigorous discussion here as we take a look at the best and highest use of the Pepsi Amphitheater. So thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. It's good to see the presentation. I've been looking at the emails, and it's really cool to see the economic impact for our community, for our county, especially the percentage of folks coming from out of county. That's so important. And some really good acts, and I just wanted to relay a thank you to all of you because my father passed in October, and the last time I got to take him to a concert was Gypsy Kings for my mom's birthday, and so it was very special. And You know, so I have fond memories of that amphitheater, and I'm just grateful for you guys to continue to give those great experiences to our community. So I look forward to seeing how these upgrades help the bands that you can bring, and also just the experience, and of course, the revenue that it generates for our general fund, because it's so important. And I agree that we need to continue to reinvest the funds that come out of this back into the venue so that we can continue to provide high quality shows for our communities. So thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Cynthia, and thank you to my colleagues for making their comments. And what I remember from that, the park there is that they used to have like native bands there, like Redbone used to play there. I remember them coming through, and it's just right as you enter their whole setup is just right in front there. The other thing was the rodeo. People ask about the rodeo. I said, well, you know, and I thought that was something that was a money maker also, you know, so there's probably always room for more activities to be added on later as we improve areas within the area. And then I think the accessibility to ADA is very crucial, and it's badly needed. I've been at the park 3 years in a row, and I've seen it. And the restrooms are very unsanitary, and we really need to deal with that too. So those are the two top things that I think we really need to address somehow. Maybe do another building just for restroom stalls or something. That way, you know, we're not, the door, you know, I don't want to go into detail, but, you know, I think the ADA is very important, and also the bathrooms are really something that we need to address, because we track people from all over the place. Over 60% of the people that come here are the ones that are giving us money, you know, so, and being there. So I just want to say thank you for your presentation. And I know that, you know, we as a board, we try to help in any way we can. And this is one project that, you know, we will really be looking at, you know, hopefully within the next budget session here. So, and I just want to thank the staff for being here tonight. You guys are doing a good job. Keep up the good work, and, you know, keep making money for the county. And, you know, just that's the all ask that I have, is the ADA accessibility and the restrooms upgrades or whatever. Thank you. Supervisor Contreras?
Thank you, Chair Begay. I promise last comment. I know that, Mr. Dunn, I had said this before when you and I had met, that what really caught my attention in our private presentation is that you have a vision for this facility, which is, and you termed it, Red Rock-esque. And I have a lot of respect where there is a vision and we have something to shoot for. We're not just, you know, pie in the sky, but we're actually headed somewhere. And I very much appreciate that you've got that vision. I personally think that there is a lot of potential at this facility. I think there's a lot of potential. And I also think, and I've said this before, that unless it grows, we're going to get stale. We're stale. And I think that we're really at some crossroads right now. Are we going to leave it stale and just let it, usually staleness leads to withering? And I don't want to see that happen. I'm just speaking for myself. So I'm really glad to see this presentation. And again, I think there's a lot of potential here, and I think we really need to take a look at this because, as pointed out by Vice Chair Horstman, this is something that is revenue creating, and I think it needs to be looked at.
Just real quick, just based on your comment, and so that you know, as Carrie alluded to, I go to conferences, we're competing with every venue for these acts. The groups are cutting the amount of shows they're doing and raising the price. So really, industry standard wise, it's from the street to your seat. And it's the experience our customers are getting from the street the minute they come into that park, come into this city, to the seat. And we care about that experience. And we're doing everything we can so that when they leave, because the artists are now also getting not just offers, not just money, but hey, look at everything else we can do for you while you're there. It all really, really matters in them saying yes to what we're proposing.
And just last comment, I know that and I promise on this one,
No.
but the the upgrades that you're talking about, let's just talk about bathrooms for a minute, okay? Don't all of us go, don't we have that favorite spot? Like I know when I'm going to Phoenix, I go to Anthem because they have such great bathrooms, okay? And so it's not like, it's not just a, you know, well, they're there and you can use them. But all of these things that you're talking about, they're not really wants if they're going to expand. This is, again, just my opinion, but I think we've got some real needs here. And again, I think we're going to need to take a really hard look at this, but I think there is a lot of potential there to actually bring money into Coconino County. So and I'm done.
Okay. I have Supervisor Fowler on the line. Supervisor?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation on the um, just all the activities at the all the concerts that are taking place at the Fort Tuthill. I see this as a transition. We have been working on this for many years, and this has been the dream to get to a time that we're going to be able to be known out in the entertainment world. We're there. That was a dream at one time, and it's taken time to be there. We're at a point now of transitioning where we need more space, more better facility, improved facility. And so I'm really excited, just as you all are. And I too just thought that last year's action was continuous, but I guess just like Supervisor Horseman said, I didn't realize it was just that one time. So anyway, I think we need to move in that direction. I'm very supportive of this, and I want to thank um, Carrie for working on a Native American venue, and we know why it didn't go through, and I'm hoping that we're able to pick that back up again at some point when it can be when it can take place. But I just want to thank everyone. I want to thank all the I can tell by your presentation that this is a great partnership that we have. And I'm just really excited about it. So thank you so much. Thank you for working with us and being understanding that we have needs and we have to put budget to it, and it just things take time, and but we're moving forward together. So thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any more comments, questions for the presenter?
I'll just say that we have two next steps, and then I want to offer Carrie an opportunity to say any closing words that he has. You'll see a proposal in budget, and then also soon you'll see a renewal of their agreement, which expires in December of this year, but we'd like to renew it sooner than later. So those are two things that you'll be seeing from this department relative to the amphitheater. And I want to just thank you all very much for your time this afternoon.
Yes, go ahead, Supervisor
Does the
Fowler.
contract have a renewal provision in there?
Yes, this would be renewing for an additional 5-year term.
Okay, so
So,
thank you.
Carrie, any final thoughts?
I'm Irish, so I could go on forever, but I will not, I promise you. Thank you. Thank you for giving me your time. Thank you for giving me your love. I appreciate you not hating me when I send you 8 million emails about what the next acts are. We love this place. There's no place on earth like this. And we have, as Supervisor Fowler said, we've all worked so hard to get it to this point. Now it's time to really leverage off of that into the next stratosphere, because we're there. And without your help, Cynthia's team, everybody here is all working together, and we appreciate it and can't wait to be back in 74-degree weather.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Okay, thank you for the presentation again.
Thanks for being here, y'all. Travel safe home.
Okay, Now we are at the call to the public. We will now have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that the issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expression of all views, we ask that there are no disruptions. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comments at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to make a comment during our call to the public, we have comment cards on the table by the door that you can bring to me and with your name. Or we don't have a lot of people in the room. If you'd like to come up to the podium, you can also do that. If you've joined virtually, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. Or if you join by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, Chair Begay, we do not have any hands raised and we do not have any comment cards.
30 more seconds.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Begay.
Thank you, Clerk Daly. We do have 2 proclamations next on the agenda. Number 3, we have consideration possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 5th to the 11th, 2025 as the Week of the Young Child in Coconino County. And we do have Kathy Beretta that will be reading the proclamation. You may proceed to the podium.
This is a Coconino County proclamation designating April 5th to the 11th, 2025 as the Week of the Young Child in Coconino County. Whereas all of Arizona's children deserve access to quality early care and education environments, and whereas quality child care programs build children's lifelong learning skills during the critical years from birth age to 5, and whereas early childhood education teachers and child care providers are the essential workforce that helps Arizona parents get to work or school. And whereas funding quality childcare is a smart investment that improves family well-being, strengthens communities, and grows our state's prosperity. And whereas first things first, Arizona Association for the Education of Young Children, Southern Arizona Association for the Education of Young Children, and other community organizations, in conjunction with the National Association for the Education of Young Children, are celebrating the 54th anniversary of the Week of the Young Child. And whereas these organizations are working to improve equitable early childhood opportunities that provide a strong start for children in Flagstaff, Arizona, and whereas public policies that support early childhood education for Arizona's youngest learners help our families, communities, and the economy thrive. Now, therefore, hopefully you'll vote yes on this. It be resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims April 5th through 11th, 2025 as the Week of the Young Child in Coconino County, Arizona, and encourages all citizens to support and invest in early care and education for our community.
Supervisor Horstman?
You want a motion or you want
I'd
comments?
like to have comments made, and then we can do a motion.
All right, very good. First and foremost, thank you. And, you know, Coconino County and the Board of Supervisors have in the past been very supportive of early childhood education. You know, back in the day, there was the launch, and the United Way of Northern Arizona's still have a program, and first things first, and really acknowledging that 90% of brain development occurs before the age of 5. And I think that in and of itself speaks to how important it is for early childhood education. And we really appreciate you bringing this forward, proclamation forward. It is absolutely something that has been and has traditionally been supported here in Coconino County and certainly by the Board of Supervisors and I know by our public in general. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming once again. This is the fourth year since I've been a supervisor that we're having this conversation. And, it's just so important to highlight our young people and the difficulties they're facing in the world that's so challenging. And so it's so important that we take this time, recognize what's going on, talk about it, spread the awareness, and just share those stories so that way we don't forget those stories. And so, again, just thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Ontiveros?
Thank you very much for being here and presenting this proclamation. I'm just going to echo my fellow colleagues on their comments, and I'm very supportive of this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to say thank you for reading the proclamation for us. And I think it is very important. I think we as parents set the example and that, at an early age, they watch and see what we do. And, right now, my concern being on the Navajo reservation is that we're losing our language to a certain extent. And I think, we really need to get back into that. And there are others, that the kids learn more and better, faster, when they're younger too. So thank you for bringing this proclamation to us. And I agree with all my colleagues that made the comments. Thank you. At this time,
Madam Chair,
motion?
this time, I would ask for the board to approve the proclamation designating April 5th through the 11th, 2025 as the Week of the Young Child here in Coconino County.
I'll
Well-
second that motion.
a motion's been made by Supervisor Horstman and seconded by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Lena, did you want to make a comment? I didn't see your hand.
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for
Oh.
the proclamation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll go ahead and do a photo op with you. I don't know. Can you wait for a little while? We'll do the second yeah. Okay. Next item on the agenda is another proclamation. Consideration possible action to approve a proclamation designating April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. And
Thank you,
County
Chair
Manager?
Begay. Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. We have Carrie with the Exchange Club of Flagstaff to read the proclamation. Carrie, sorry, your last name escapes me, but thank you for being here. And if you could just introduce yourself and read the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisors. My name is Gary Howell. The proclamation designation April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month. Whereas keeping children safe is a community responsibility and child abuse prevention must be community effort and a top priority. And whereas effective child abuse prevention programs succeed in part because of the partnerships among social service agencies, health and law enforcement professionals, schools, business, the media, government agency, community and faith organizations, and especially parents. And whereas the earlier that quality intervention is provided to a child and family in crisis, and the community as a whole takes an interest in providing for the development of youth resiliency, the better chance for positive outcomes and success. And whereas child abuse and neglect not only harm children, but increase the likelihood of judicial system involvement, substance abuse, health problems, and risk behaviors. And whereas prevention programs and resiliency strategies targeted towards our youth offer positive alternatives for young people and encourage them to develop strong ties to their community. Now, therefore, we do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month and call upon all Coconino County citizens and organizations to observe this month by demonstrating our gratitude to those who work to keep our children safe and by taking action in your own communities to make them healthy places where children can grow and thrive.
Thank you for reading the proclamation. At this time, I'm going to ask the board if they have any questions or comments. Supervisor Horstman?
Thank you. Really appreciate it. And I know you all usually provide visual representation of the abuse and neglect and the results of abuse and neglect for children on the courthouse lawn. Are you going to be doing that again this year?
Yes, ma'am. It'll be set up next Wednesday. We will christen it at the ceremony on Friday at a little, I believe they're saying 5:15, 5:30, but we will erect the flags. It's already been scheduled on Wednesday. Then we will leave it there through the weekend and then follow up picking up the flags. We really want to thank the community of Coconino County for allowing us to do that. If I may make a happy note, although still a sad note, in all honesty, this year we're doing 118 flags compared to 149 flags from last year.
Well, you know, it's improvement, but it's not improvement enough, is it?
It's a
And
sadness.
I know the proclamation we just talked about the Week of the Young Child in Coconino County, and it's really talking about the need and what this is also the proclamation for Child Abuse Prevention Month is the need in order to build strong and resilient families. It's the best way, of course, to reduce child abuse and child neglect. And really appreciate you and your group bringing together in a very dramatic way and a very visual way the importance of this issue, while we all need to be part of the prevention of child abuse and neglect, and really calling in what we can do as individuals and what we can do as local government to help build stronger families in a more resilient community. So thank you for what you do. Thank you for bringing this visual presentation here for us in Flagstaff and Coconino County.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Entrever?
I just want to thank you for the work that you do. It's important. And I realize that the news you just gave, you said, well, it's good news, but it's sad news. But the good news is that it's going in the right direction. And for the good work that you and your organization and the people that you work with. I know we would like it to be zero. We would all like it to be zero. But it's still better than what it was. And I want to thank you for your sincere efforts in putting your effort and time into this.
Thank you, Supervisor Ontiveros. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yeah, thank you. I just would like to reiterate what I said earlier, is just how important it is to bring this awareness and to have these events and commemorate and talk about what's happening. And while it's nice to hear that the numbers have gone down a little bit, that's not enough. It's still too many children, and we need to do better as a community. And as was mentioned earlier, it just shows the importance of our family efforts, our community efforts to take care of each other and provide those services for those that are most vulnerable. And the most vulnerable in our society are our children. And so we have to step up and take care of them. And so thank you for bringing this awareness to us, and please continue the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Just sitting here thinking about the missing and murdered. It's really sad, you know, that these things do happen, but it's all our responsibility to make sure that we educate everyone, and then also to really be mindful and look over kids. It's a community effort, and I think that, you know, we really need to make sure that they're safe at all times. And I just want to say thank you for all the people that are working in the capacity to ensure this is happening out there in our communities. And so I just want to say thank you again. And thank you for the proclamation.
May I make one other comment, please?
Yes, go ahead.
Through the community, we also support child help in different venues that are trying to stop child abuse. I would like to demonstrate something to the audience and to you all. I know that this is now a known sign, and I want everybody here to know this sign. If a child is doing that behind their back, side, in a truck, or whatever, excuse me for stepping away, I feel this is very important that we teach it to our neighbors, and we also keep it in mind if we see it. We thank you so much for annually doing this for us, and we look forward to putting them up. However, it's a sadness, but thank you all.
Thank you. So we need a motion.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Begay. I would like to make a motion that the board approve designating April 2025 as Child Abuse Prevention Month.
It's been made by Supervisor Ontiveros.
Second.
There's a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
I appreciate all what you all do.
Okay, are we ready to move on now? We are now at the consent agenda. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members want to consider separately? Consent agenda. Any to be considered separately?
At this point, I
5, 8,
would make a motion that we accept the consent agenda as set forth, items 5 through 8.
I'll second that motion.
okay, motion's been made by Supervisor Horstman to approve items 1 through 8, 5 through 8, and then second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor say aye.
Hold on. Sorry. Since they're here, could we get item 7 pulled? Just as a victim witness, just as a chance of highlighting their work.
Then I'll withdraw my motion, and withdraw your second.
I will withdraw my second.
What are you
You're
guys
withdrawing
doing?
Number 7?
Yeah, I'd like to pull number 7, please.
Oh, okay.
If that's the case, I would remake my motion for item 5 through 8, exclusive of item number 7.
And I will second that motion.
Okay, a motion's been made by Supervisor Horstman to go ahead and approve items number 5, 6, and 8 of the consent agenda, and seconded by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, oppose? Motion carries. Now we are at item number 6, consideration and possible action to, huh? Oh, okay. Considering possible action, I was reading it. Consideration and possible action approve an amendment to the fiscal year 2025 agreement with Victim Witnesses Services of Northern Arizona, adding a 10% CPI increase to the compensation in the amount of $163,000, bringing the total pricing to the $1,779 and $179,300 for advocacy services in fiscal year 2025.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to pull it so we could highlight the work, because every once in a while I get constituents talking about, oh, you guys aren't doing anything about sex trafficking and things like that and victim protections. And so I just wanted to make sure that we gave you the opportunity to just talk about the work and share that with us. And I have no real questions on it. It's more of quality work done by our county staff.
Sorry, there we go. Members of the board, thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. I'm happy to talk about this as long as you'll let me, because what the victim advocates do in our community is crucial, critical to our work. And this specific funding, you should understand that we're unique in the state. We're the only county actually that contracts with an outside entity like Victim Witness Services for our victim advocacy work. Every other county attorney's office, it's embedded in their office. And so we kind of started that way, and we kept it that way, and it's been working very well. And so we want to keep that contract going, and we want to grow it if we can, because they're crucial to our work, making sure that victims feel heard, making sure victims of crimes understand the process, which is very complicated at times, and making sure that their rights are upheld, because in Arizona we have victims have a constitutional right and certain rights that are guaranteed to them through the Arizona Constitution. So we're very excited and happy to be working with Victim Witness Services, and I appreciate you giving that notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you for your presentation. I've got a quick question. You mentioned that we are the only county in the state that contracts out. Other ones do it in-house.
Right.
Just out of curiosity, why was that decision made? Obviously, it's a good decision. I'm just curious.
That's a great question, and other people that are here probably remember the history of that better than I do. I don't know. I don't even remember when that happened. Bill, do you? If I can ask my associate, Bill Ring.
If Madam Chair, Supervisor Ontiveros, and my supervisor and boss, Ammon Barker, this decision was made more than 2 decades ago. And it was, and Kim actually might know some of the detail on this. The effect of it, however, first of all, it raises some admiration amongst our peers in other counties that we were willing and able to outsource our victim witness services, our victim services, but then form a very strong relationship with the agency that's been conducting that service over years and years. I recall being asked how we were so successful at being able to establish this type of an arrangement. And just to give you an example, one of the reasons for us that it's a good idea is that it's cost effective. Other county attorneys' offices, our peers, say in Yavapai, who has their victim services embedded in the county attorney's office, also has a much larger budget that they have to ask for each year for the FTEs that are required to conduct the operations. You'll see when we get to budget presentations that our budget presentation from county attorneys does not include that increment for victim witness services, because we've contracted for it separately. And that's a better value for the taxpayer. But it's also a better service because we've got a dedicated channel through a nonprofit entity in our community to deliver the same services, but also be our partners when it comes to the prosecution of cases and the defense of victim rights.
Supervisor Horstman?
You know, and one of the things is we're a big county. As we keep saying, we're 18,644 square miles. And depending, you know, and as we were just talking about, even our individual districts are huge. And the one thing about victim witness and being in, going for an outside agency that you're working in partnership with, they've got satellite offices.
That's right.
So this is not just based in Flagstaff. So you have Page, I know Grand Canyon, I've had an opportunity to meet with them up there, Williams, of course, and Kayenta, Tuba City. So there's really satellite offices throughout Coconino County. And that's what this also is able to provide. So, you know, it's just, I'm very pleased with the work and again, the partnership of the county attorney's office in really providing a service to people who are in their greatest need, quite frankly, and being able to provide it throughout Coconino County. So really appreciate that. I got to be at the retirement of Fanta the dog, and which of course that was happy but sad day. And Fanta did not have one gray hair, and so I don't know why Fanta felt the need to retire. But anyway, it was really wonderful and wonderful what is being provided for our community through victim witnesses. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm excited to hear about Frankie, the new facility dog, coming on board soon. So, yeah, that's the new generation. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez?
No, if there are no other comments from
I
board
just have a
members.
question. What funds are we using off of this one? A grant?
I think this is operating funds. Yeah. Yeah.
Operating?
Turn
CPI?
right.
Yeah.
Please. Okay, operations. Okay. Okay.
Madam
go ahead.
Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Fowler?
Yes. Thank you for pulling this item. This is such important work that they do. When the family, something happens, like a shooting. Victims witness a lot of times are the ones that are there, taking them through the process as to what they can do and where the resources are that they can get help at. A lot of times they can even put them in a lodging if they need. There's lots of services that Victims Witness does. And it's just amazing. And I'm so happy that they are partnered with our county manager's office and basically all our departments, like the health department. Just want to thank them for working with us and thank our departments for working with them, especially our county attorney's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. There are no other comments or questions at this time. We'll go ahead and ask for a motion.
I motion that we approve the amendment to the fiscal year 2025 agreement with Victim Witness Services of Northern Arizona, adding a 10% CPI increase to the compensation in the amount of $163,000, bringing the total pricing to $179,300 for advocacy services in the fiscal year 2025.
There's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion made by Supervisor Vasquez, second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Motion carries. Okay. At this time, we're going to the Flood Control District Board as a board directors. Is there a motion to do so?
I will so move.
Okay.
Second.
A motion made by Supervisor Alvarez and second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose?
Aye.
You oppose or you approve? Approve? Okay. So a motion's been made and it's passed by 5-0. At this time, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items number 9 and 10 as listed?
Members of,
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Madam Chair. I would at this time move that we accept Flood Control District consent agenda as set forth in our agenda.
There's a motion and there's a second.
I'll second.
Motion's made by Supervisor Horstman, second by Supervisor Ontiveros. All in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose? Motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
Oh, I will so move.
Okay, motion's been made by Director Ontiveros. Or second?
Second.
Second by Director Horstman. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Going too fast for Lena. Okay, motion carries. Okay, discussion items. Item number 11. A presentation discussion regarding the criminal justice system and its impacts, improving community safety and wellness. We're going to turn this over to the county manager.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. It's an honor to introduce our new CJCC coordinator, Diana Calandros, and she is with our presiding judge, Ted Reed, our legal defender, Joseph Carver, and our county attorney, Eamon Barker. We're very pleased to have this conversation tonight. Thank you all for making time to be here, and we look forward to having a great discussion.
Thank you so much. And good evening, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for allowing us to present to you today. Tonight, we're presenting an overview of the criminal justice system. Our goal is to take this presentation into the community to increase awareness of the criminal justice process and the programs Coconino County has to offer. We would like your feedback at the end of this presentation. Before we begin, I'd like everyone to just take a moment and reflect on times when you, someone you love, or someone you know has looked down and realized you were speeding, that you were going 80 in a posted 65, or that you were going 60 in a posted 45. Or when there was an argument in a place where the walls were really thin and you disturbed the neighbors. Or in a public space where things got loud enough to attract attention. Or when attending a celebration and you had a drink and then driven home when in hindsight you probably shouldn't have. For anyone who has experienced these or similar events, it's possible the outcome would have led to involvement in the criminal justice system.
Thank you, Diana. Chair Brigade, members of the board, thank you again for this time. I want everybody, if you would, just kind of personalize those scenarios that Diana listed, and think about what you know about the criminal justice system now, and think about moments in your life that maybe you're not proud of, and how that may have landed you in a position where you'd be involved in the justice system. I know there are moments in my life that would have landed me in certain situations. And so as we go through this, I'd like you to personalize these moments and think about putting yourself in the shoes of a defendant or a victim of a crime as we talk about these things. I'm going to take you through the very beginning of when our system gets involved. Okay. There's a little bit of a delay. I'll have to modify my speech here. So every criminal case really begins with a bad decision or a poor decision. And this is a scenario that's all too common, right? People go to a party or go out to a bar and they drink, and maybe they drink too much and they get into a car and they drive away. And maybe you get home safely and maybe there's no issue, but maybe you are stopped by a law enforcement officer. And at that point, an investigation begins. And during that investigation, perhaps a law enforcement officer identifies other things that could be criminal. In this instance, let's talk about if the law enforcement officer finds paraphernalia of drugs or possession of drugs. That would be a felony offense in Arizona, and that's a very common one. Aggravated DUIs and drug possession cases are probably the most common cases we see at the county attorney's office. And I want to be clear about what the county attorney's office prosecutes. We prosecute all felony offenses in Coconino County outside of federal jurisdiction. We prosecute all misdemeanor offenses that occur outside of city limits, excluding tribal jurisdictions. And we also prosecute juvenile offenses. And so that's a lot of cases that we see, we review. We charge approximately 1,800 cases, felony cases a year. Of course, we're reviewing more than that. So there's quite a lag on this presentation. I don't know if there's anything we can do about that, but I'm talking faster than this slide will move. Going back to our scenario where someone is arrested for an infraction like what I just described, drinking and driving, drug possession, that person is taken to our jail, our Coconino County Detention Center, and they're booked into jail. And that booking, that starts the clock for our criminal justice process. Within 24 hours, an inmate has to see a judge. It's called a magistrate in the rules, but it's a judge. And within that 24 hours, they have a hearing which is called initial appearance. Not surprisingly, that's the first appearance before a judge. And at that court hearing, the judge will ask certain questions of the defendant, questions about their financial status to determine if they may be appointed a public defender, for instance. They'll talk about why they are booked on those charges. They'll do a preliminary review of the probable cause for the charges. And then they make a very important decision at this point. This is where the judge decides whether to release the defendant or whether to keep the defendant in custody on a bond. And that's a critical decision point because that will also trigger some other movement in the criminal justice system. What the court is looking at when they make that determination is really two considerations. They're looking at, does the person pose a flight risk? And will the person commit new offenses if they're released? And those are the two main considerations. And there are a number of factors that the judge will look at to make that determination. And let's say in this instance, the judge decides, we're not going to release you into the community. We're going to impose a bond, and it's a bond that this defendant cannot pay for. And so they remain in custody. And at that point, the case will be sent to my office, the county attorney's office, and we will do a review of the case and determine if there's probable cause. In other words, if there's evidence to support the charge that that person is facing. Now, I want to describe a couple scenarios. We talked about that 24-hour clock that begins the clock for the initial appearance. There's also a 48-hour clock, which begins the process of filing a complaint. If a complaint is not filed, then that person is released into the community. And so we have a quick turnaround in our office to make sure that we are looking at the evidence, making sure that that complaint is filed if appropriate. In my office, we don't just charge on probable cause. That is the legal standard, but we look at cases to make sure that there's a reasonable likelihood of conviction, which is a higher standard. It's our own office ethical standard. It's not required by the law. But for us, it matters that we can prove a case in court. It's not enough to just have probable cause. And there's a couple ways that can be done. One is by sending it to a grand jury, which is like a trial jury. It's people in our community that come together and they hear evidence from a law enforcement officer about what the case is about. And they accuse the person if they find probable cause, and that's called an indictment, and that is filed in the court. The other way to do that is to go to the court, file it directly with the court, and a judge will make that determination of probable cause. And in either case, if there's probable cause found, that case will go to the Superior Court. And that's when you'll see folks like Judge Reed and other judges at Superior Court level hearing cases and making determinations about what steps happen next. All of what I've described can happen within days or weeks. If the person is out of custody, sometimes it will take longer. Sometimes the case is not charged for obvious reasons. There's not enough evidence, or the investigation is being developed, or simply doesn't meet any of the statutes. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and occasional adversary, Joe Carver, our legal defender.
Good evening, Chair Begay, esteemed members of the board. My name is Joseph Carver. I am Coconino County's legal defender. So it's our job to represent folks charged with criminal offenses, among other things, when they're unable to afford an attorney. The first step after a charge, once a case is in the Superior Court anyway, is a hearing called the arraignment. And it's a long term for entering a plea. And what normally happens at the arraignment is that the defendant will enter a not guilty plea, which then triggers a whole series of procedural steps. The arraignment triggers what I like to term an exchange of information, because by rule, the state is obligated to provide the defense or the defendant with all the information that they plan to use in a prospective trial. And the defendant is given an opportunity with their attorney to review that information. Given technology these days, that process can take some time, as a lot of our evidence is now digital. It can take a long time to review hours of body cam footage, for example, and DNA samples and forensic testing. Simultaneous with this review of information is a process of plea negotiation, which I'll discuss in a little bit more detail in a moment. But this is essentially the parties, the state and the defendant, deciding whether this is a case that needs to go to trial or not. So the first decision, well, that is the decision, is whether you're going to take a plea or are you going to go to trial. For the folks that take a plea, this is called a change of plea, because at the arraignment you entered a not guilty plea, so you're changing your plea to guilty. I don't have the precise statistics in front of me, but well north of 90% of criminal cases resolved by plea. It's probably north of 95, closer to 99% of cases in Coconino County resolved through a plea. And this is basically when a defendant gives up all of their constitutional rights to a trial, to an appeal, to testify, to remain silent, and admits guilt to normally an offense that is less than or less serious than the charged offense. So there's some benefit to entering this plea and giving up those rights. And then because the charge has been reduced, there's a lesser sentence that goes with it. If a person does not change their plea, and then they will be exercising their constitutional right to a jury trial. And I'll be discussing this decision in a little bit more detail. The jury trial is far more elaborate, far more involved than the change of plea, and takes up far more of our judicial resources. As I alluded to previously, the jury trial in Coconino County and throughout the country is the far rarer outcome of the negotiation process. I'm here this evening primarily, though, to talk about what the system looks like from a defendant's perspective. When a defendant enters the system, this is normally at the arraignment process, and they're provided with an attorney. They're presented with a bewildering array of alien concepts and terms, words that are just not used in everyday life. You'll hear things like non-supervening indictment, public safety assessment, or my personal favorite, the non-historical prior felony conviction. And the defendant has to navigate these things. Hopefully they have an attorney to help them to navigate this. And through this navigation, you'll learn about Arizona's mandatory minimum sentencing schemes, which I'll discuss in a little bit more detail in a moment. You'll learn about Arizona's somewhat odd classification of offenses. So you'll learn that shoplifting with an artifice, which is another one of those fun terms, is classified as the same level of felony as if you strangle somebody. And then you'll also learn that the rights that you have, that you hear about on television, aren't exactly the same once you're in court. For example, the police do not have to read you your Miranda rights to arrest you. They can arrest you without reading your Miranda rights. But as a defendant, this is something that you have to learn when navigating the system. When you're accused of something as a human being, it is your inclination is your desire to tell your side of the story immediately. And when a defendant enters the system, they have stories that they want to tell. The problem or the advantage is that as a defendant, you have the right to remain silent, and you often have an attorney in your ear telling you that you should not be telling your story right now. And we need to talk about the right time to tell your story. And the defendant also may or may not know that they have multiple stories to tell. The first and most obvious one we'd be talking about is the alternative to the charging narrative. So the county attorney, law enforcement has a story about what happened that led to the charges. But you as a defendant might have a different story. But it's often not as simple as, I didn't do it. It could be, I did it, but I was justified. Or that's not what was on my mind when this incident occurred. Then there are stories about you as a person. So there's stories of adversity. We heard a few moments ago a gentleman discussing child abuse in the community, which is an unfortunate scourge. But folks that practice in the system know that offenders are orders of magnitude more likely to have experienced trauma in their lives than non-offenders. And that is particularly true, unfortunately, of offenders charged with domestic violence, for example, or child abuse. It's highly likely that that person charged with that offense experienced that as a victim at one point in their life. And so that's a story that we want to tell. That's a story that the defendant wants told. And then there are stories about this isn't just about what happened on a particular night after a particular poor choice. This is an entire person. They've done good things in their life. And there are stories about the actions. Oftentimes it's about what they've done since an arrest. As Mr. Barker alluded to, there's often a gap between the time an offense occurs and when the charges are filed. And many times defendants take that opportunity to seek help through rehabilitation, treatment, and counseling. And so that's yet another story that a defendant wants to tell once inside the system. And it's finding the points at which those stories are effective that is the challenge. As I mentioned or alluded to previously, all of the procedures that we talked about, all of the arcane rules and terminology, all of the stories, all of this funnels towards a single decision, which is whether the defendant is going to take a plea or whether they're going to take their case to trial. The county attorney representing the state has the prerogative to offer a plea or not. Most of the time they do. So it's up to them whether to negotiate a case in the first instance. But if they do offer a plea, only the defendant can make a decision whether to accept that or not. An attorney can't accept it for them. A judge can't make them accept it. The defendant has to make that choice. And so what goes into making that decision? I think that potentially useful way to conceptualize this decision is to think about, if you're not familiar with how this works, you may have a question in your mind is, why would an innocent person plead guilty? And we know through DNA exonerations that this has happened in the past, that innocent people have pleaded guilty. So what's going on? The first thing is that in Arizona, we have something called mandatory minimum sentences. And I think it may be useful to describe this process of decision-making through an example. I mentioned shoplifting with an artifice. What this really means is that you are in a retail establishment, you take a product off the shelf and you use some kind of a container to remove it from the store. So that could be the shopping bag, your reusable shopping bag that you brought into the store. In Arizona, that's a class 4 felony. Let's say you got in a car accident when you were 18 and you're prescribed opiates for the pain and became addicted to opiates. And as a result, in your 20s, you picked up possession of narcotic drug charges. You got a couple of them. And when the shoplifting occurs, those are considered historical prior felony convictions, which means under Arizona's mandatory minimum sentencing scheme, if you're convicted of taking a pair of sandals in your reusable shopping bag out of the Target and you're convicted at trial, you could be looking at a minimum of 6 years in the Department of Corrections and get up to 15. And this is a story that repeats itself across the spectrum of Arizona's criminal sentencing statutory scheme. The other thing that that's in the back of your mind, is that if I go to trial and I lose, I could be, at a minimum, I'm looking at 6 years of my life gone. Then you have to think about the evidence in the case. Well, Target is well observed, well surveilled. So this incident is on camera. You can see video of yourself putting the sandals in the reusable shopping bag and walking out. But your story is that you didn't want to do that, you didn't intend to do it, it was an accident. In Arizona, that wouldn't be a crime if you didn't knowingly take the sandals out of the store. But at the same time, you're looking at those significant penalties. If the jury were to disagree, you've got those prior felony convictions. So if you want to tell your story, the prosecution can impeach you, and the jury finds out that you have prior felony convictions. And so the jury may not buy your story. You might have a family that you need to support. And the state is offering, to avoid the trial, a guarantee, no incarceration, and you can get on probation. So you can see pretty quickly how mandatory minimums and the other factors going into this important decision quickly turn into something rather complex and difficult. And I believe that in Coconino County, we do our best to make that decision as objective and rational as possible for our clients. But it is just a reality. In Arizona, the way that the sentencing statutes are designed forces difficult decisions about your constitutional right to trial. Now, the remainder of the presentation, Judge Reed and I believe Mr. Barker will be talking about some of the alternatives that Coconino County has pioneered that go into this balance and hopefully make that decision less draconian and do offer a measure of hope that this decision isn't black and white, but that there is something to be gained through participation in the system. And with that, I appreciate your time, and I'll turn it over to.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening, Chair Begay, Vice Chair Horstman, members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Judge Ted Reed. I'm the presiding judge for Coconino County. I want to say it's a real honor to be here today and to spend a career working with such admirable justice partners as you've heard from. We're here on behalf of the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, which is yet more justice partners who collaborate to try to find the best ways that we in the criminal justice system here in this county can serve the people of Coconino County. And we asked for your feedback at the end of our presentation because this is part of the community engagement component of our Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and we seek to go throughout the community and be able to share this same discussion in order to inform and to listen to those communities that we serve. So we look forward to hearing your feedback, and we'll make changes as we move forward. So to pick up the story, I'm now going to ask you to imagine that instead of being in the victim's shoes or in the defendant's shoes, now you're in the judge's shoes. And so you are at an inflection point in the case where you have to make a decision. And the first thing that you have to know is that you are constrained. You're in a black robe, you're sitting higher, you're presiding over your courtroom, but you're not all powerful. You are bound by the constraints of the law, and those constraints are set forth either in the verdict from the jury, which will include allegations from the state, which might constitute sentencing enhancement, as you heard before, mandatory minimums, or the constraints of the plea agreement. And that plea agreement will set forth where in the sentencing code the judge must start and operate, whether probation is even available, what prison sentence is available, where the starting point is in that prison sentence, what the standard low range of that prison sentence is, or the high range, or any slight deviations that are allowed by statute within those ranges. And so the court does not have complete discretion. However, the court is challenged with the question, how can the court, how can our collective system do a number of things in this particular case to, for example, right the wrong, to hold the offender accountable, to make the victim whole, to prevent recurrence, to create lasting positive behavioral change in order to improve community safety and wellness. Now, the effectiveness of any of these decisions depends upon the resources at the court's disposal. It's said that a court is only as good as its resources. So moving forward, historically, the court had basically two options. There were probation options and there was incarceration options. The historical application of probation had a whole lot to do with monitoring offenders and to holding them accountable. And by accountable, we're talking incarceration. So a person that violates probation maybe has very little other alternatives other than being incarcerated. So the incarceration option, whether that comes from a failed probation or from a prison disposition at sentencing, has a lot of consequences, and some of which might be intentional. Maybe we feel that the most appropriate thing in a particular case, and sometimes it is to impose incarceration. The vast majority of sentences that would be imposed involving incarceration are usually short terms. So we might think 1 to 3 years. As a society, we might consider, well, how cost effective is this? So it costs in Arizona $41,000 a year to incarcerate someone in the Department of Corrections. So if the majority of individuals that go to prison are in prison for 1 to 3 years, where do they go when they come back, when they get released? So they come back to the community. So in the Department of Corrections, you will rarely see a person go and reduce whatever criminogenic needs are involved in their life. So they're not likely to have employment when they get released. They're not likely to have more family support, more pro-social community engagements, et cetera. So we'll rarely see a lower risk of recidivism, which is a term for, of course, repeating criminal behaviors. We will also see very rarely a reduction in needs for services. So for example, a person might become involved in the criminal justice system as a result of a substance use disorder or trauma or poverty. So these need for resources, needs for help, will rarely decrease while a person's in the Department of Corrections. So we should understand that the Department of Corrections is for one thing and one thing only, and that is a consequence. It is not rehabilitation. In the Department of Corrections, individuals are freely, despite the best efforts of the department, are freely able to access illegal drugs and, of course, become involved in gangs if they weren't previously, and just live in that violent kind of antisocial environment. So beyond that, when those individuals are released from the Department of Corrections, they return to the community, not just without having improved in their risk level or their needs, but they also carry a stigma. And of course, there are lots of unintended consequences that the judge is not trying to impose at sentencing, but those could include the inability to gain employment in the ways that most folks are able to do, which of course impacts financial hardship upon the family, upon that person, perhaps driving them further into poverty. Of course, a time in the Department of Corrections does not allow the person to be involved with their family, so there could be family breakups. Certainly, as they return to the community, they're not more likely to have any sort of pro-social supports, being involved with groups that are doing good community outreach activities, et cetera. That's not happening when they're in the Department of Corrections. So who are they associating with when they're released from the Department of Corrections is probably antisocial type individuals. And those antisocial behaviors developed in the Department of Corrections continue. Thus, of course, being incarcerated tends to be a risk factor for continued involvement in the criminal justice system and recidivism. Another aspect that we consider as an unintended consequence of a prison incarceration is the children. The children of incarcerated parents statistically are much, much more likely to suffer emotional, social, and educational challenges, including financial hardship. Statistically, the children are much more likely to engage in harmful behaviors such as substance use disorder, such as becoming involved in the juvenile justice system. It's often the case that children of incarcerated parents become involved not just in the juvenile justice system, but then they move forward into the adult criminal justice system. And of course, this continues the criminal justice cycle. What if these children who now have become adults, now they have children, and that they're continuing to be involved in this criminal justice system themselves, now raising children of incarcerated parents. So our Criminal Justice Coordinating Council has again brought together these justice partners who have determined that there's got to be a better way that our community collectively can address the things that produce a person arriving at sentencing, and to not just say that it's the judge's job to try to fix everything, but as a community, we're able to come together to try to come up with better solutions. So the idea is the sequential intercept model, and there's different applications for sequential intercept. In this case, we're talking about sequential intercept in the criminal justice concept. There may be other applications, such as for mental health intervention, which is, of course, a part of what we do. So sequential intercept essentially is finding all the ways that we can to use contacts with the system in any way that we could describe the system to address problems as soon as possible, to create positive behavioral change, to improve the community safety and wellness. We are going to talk today about a great number of different things that we have come up with and the things that we're working on developing in the future. But this diagram that you see here kind of gives just a brief overview. We're looking at ways that we can help create positive behavioral change before a law enforcement officer even arrives on scene, ways that we can help deflect a person away from the criminal justice system, ways that we can find to divert a person out of the criminal justice system, perhaps more to a behavioral health system, ways that we can help a person if they're incarcerated, ways that we can help a person transition back positively into the community after incarceration, ways that we can either offer or supportively encourage a person to participate in treatment. One example that I'd like to start with is our juvenile court system here in Coconino County. It's a small system, and it's a way that a place that we can make really significant changes very quickly. And those changes can produce results, and then we can use what we learn to make changes in a similar way in the adult system. So our juvenile justice facility here in Coconino County has 4 detention pods where children are incarcerated. We use a nicer word for juveniles. We say we're detained. The same thing. We put kids in jail. And historically, sometimes in the years past, we used more of these detention pods, and we became motivated to try not to put kids in jail when it was ever possible. And we ended up with 2 detention pods that were unused for detention. It's very important to have a detention center. I want to make that clear, but it's important that we try to minimize the use as much as possible. So we have 4 detention pods and 2 that were unused. And so we were able to transition 2 of those unused pods into what's called the Hope Receiving Center. And the Hope Receiving Center is a deflection service. So the deflection is that any child under the age of 18 or any family with a child under the age of 18 can come to the Hope Center if they are at risk of becoming justice involved. So before there's any police officer called, the family can come to the Hope Center and receive support, resources, and services for the youth, for the parents, for the whole family. These services include parent support groups, they include family strengthening work, they include parenting education, they include individual and family counseling, they include the education regarding emotional deregulation skills and coping skills, mediation, mentorship, community connections, as well as the ability to sign up for health insurance through Access. So this slide, and I'll move on in just a moment. This slide shows that the detention center before it became the Hope Center was a hard facility. It was an incarceration facility. And through a labor of love, juvenile court staff put in the hard work to lay down different flooring, to put up different walls, to soften the facility. Now it looks like a chic cafe that you might see in New York City, and it's very, very welcoming. So certainly get over and visit that sometime. They're always open. There's always great people there. It's one of those things that is an open door service, no wrong door. So another aspect of deflections happen at juvenile court has to do with the service dogs. And so juvenile court was able to secure 2 full-time service dogs. One is deployed in the courtroom to help children be able to manage that very stressful situation as they're going through dependency cases. They're maybe been separated from their parents. They're suffering the hardship that we described with children of incarcerated parents. So we have a service dog that operates in the courtrooms to help children be able to manage that experience well. We also have a service dog that's out in the field with a probation officer, only he dresses down, he's very casual, because his job is to go to schools when kids are in crisis before law enforcement is called to help de-escalate that situation. So he takes his service dog in, he's able to sit with the child and help them to deflect from the criminal justice system without starting that whole process. Further in the juvenile justice system, there's a very well-established process of diversions. So before a petition is filed to start a juvenile case, the case is screened for diversion, meaning we don't move forward in the juvenile justice system, but rather we divert out of the juvenile justice system. So this graph is an example of showing diversions that were failed and they moved on to probation. So we moved back into the juvenile justice system, and you can see back in 2013 there was a much higher percentage of kids that would not do so well on diversions but would end up back in that juvenile justice system. As we have progressed and improved the services in this diversion program, you can see that very, very few kids that are offered diversions are unsuccessful and move further into the juvenile justice system. A final point regarding diversions, of course, is that those are not just without consequences, but rather they're an alternative resolution that works to prevent further criminal justice involvement of that youth, with the idea that they still have to be accountable for whatever they did wrong to make things right. And an important aspect of our juvenile court is really unique in that the whole court, meaning judge to the clerk to the staff, every member of the staff have become trauma-informed and certified. And so every person at the juvenile court facility has an understanding and a respect for the harmful experiences that have produced that person appearing at the juvenile court center and the trauma that they're experiencing as they go through that process, whether that's on the criminal side, the juvenile delinquency side, or on the dependency side for families struggling. So this helps to try to improve that experience to create better outcomes. Now we have a video that we'd like to share with you regarding that Hope Center.
The Hope Center is the Hope Center because we want people to have hope. And I think sometimes when they come here, they often say, I don't know what to do about my child.
The United States far outpaces other countries in detaining and otherwise criminalizing young people.
For the past 10 years, there's been lots of research out across the country about juvenile justice trends and what's best for kids. And the research is showing that incarcerating youth is not helpful.
Every day, 53,000 children are locked up. That's more than a sold-out crowd at a Major League Baseball game.
Juvenile justice, as great as our intentions may be, that youth that are involved in the system, once they're involved, it's incredibly hard to get out.
In 2012, the Department of Justice began tracking formerly incarcerated people of all ages. The latest report, released in July, found that of individuals arrested at age 17 or younger, 71% have been rearrested within 3 years of their release. That number climbed to 80% by year 5.
We believe these kids are successful. How do we get there? How do we get them there? And it's not going to be in detention. Detention is not the answer.
We really felt that if we were able to have a center that parents, youth, and teachers, really anyone in our community that was concerned about a kid or felt that they needed some extra help and support, that they could refer them to us. And we could really act as a safety net, connecting those kids and families to services in our community. And when you do something like that, you meet the need immediately. You do so in a holistic way.
We took 2 unused detention pods, renovated them, refurbished them, tried to make them more warm and welcoming. You know, it's so hard to kind of break down the bones of the institutionalization that comes with detention, but I think we try to make it a place for families to come and feel safe. We serve any kids that are within the county. They don't have to be in trouble. They could be in crisis. We're getting the parents to come together, to come to the table. We're getting the kids to come to the table and having these difficult conversations. You know, despite all these high tensions, we're going to be able to navigate that together, come up with a safe plan for the families to kind of follow so the kids are successful.
And we kind of look at it as a hierarchy of needs. So if the parent expresses that they need food stamps, or they need to go to the food bank, or perhaps they're going to be evicted, we know that we're starting at that basic level to help connect them to those things. And I think it can be easy to say, well, if they're doing this and they're not doing this for their child, that's because they don't care or something like that. And often our parents are just doing the best they can with what they have, and Flagstaff is really tough.
Coming from California, the LA area, if you see the cops, you run away or you don't say nothing. We're not here to just imprison them. We're here to provide services, get them re-regulated, get them to a place where they can be successful. And whatever that success looks like for them, not our judged successes.
So we have skill trainers, which are people that work directly with the kids, a one-to-one kind of mentor or coach or, you know, big brother or big sister in a way.
The very first deflection I had was this kid that, you know, he got in with the wrong crowd. He didn't take school seriously at all. His mom was in prison. He thought that any adult judged him and thought that he was a bad kid. And so after meeting with me, he didn't get that type of expectation. He didn't get that judgment. And so he worked with me. He jumped on board. We came up with a success plan. It wasn't anything too crazy. We did set up some counseling, I believe, and he was able to finish 8th grade, and now he's at high school. And so if at any point he's in need of something, he knows he can come here. He'll find the Hope Center for that positive support. We are open every day, Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday included, holidays also. Every day, we are here ready for any family to come in with any type of need.
I consider it an honor to walk any part of any journey with any family. And that's why I do what I do, because I love it.
Just knowing that 200 of our families that came through these doors did not go into our juvenile justice system has been incredibly powerful for our community as a whole.
Thank you. Next, our discussion regarding our adult responses.
It's a pretty impactful video. I know we're probably running short on time already, so I'm going to talk about the care unit rather briefly. So the care unit is a mobile unit that meets people where they are, which is often on the streets. And this is actually taking the place of what a lot of the law enforcement officers used to be doing, which is responding to people in crisis. So it's offsetting a lot of the resources that we were given to law enforcement officers, and it allows them to actually conduct investigations and saves a lot of time and actually helps save some lives along the process. So the CARE unit is a mobile crisis response unit. And now let's go to the next slide. And this is just part of a larger system. So the criminal justice system runs parallel often to the behavioral health system, right? When people are calling 911, a lot of times they're not calling 911 because they are reporting a crime. They're calling because they're in crisis. And so a lot of these calls are being diverted already to social workers, to people who are paid to do this work and who are able to do this work. We ask too much of our law enforcement officers, in my opinion. We ask them to do too much social work, and that's not all that they are supposed to be doing. They're supposed to be protecting our streets and investigating crimes. And so this is one way that things are being deflected. I may have said diverted earlier, but deflected is really the word, the operating word here. We talked about the mobile crisis team, right? So if something can't be resolved over the phone, the mobile crisis team can go out and talk to someone in person. And then that third symbol there is a crisis facility. This is not something we have yet in Flagstaff or in Coconino County. It's something that I would love to see happen eventually. Once a crisis mobile team is helping someone, they have to take that person somewhere, typically. A lot of these folks don't have homes. They need to be brought to a facility to be treated for long-term issues. And that ends up being the shelter or the jail or the hospital. And all three of those facilities are inundated with problems that they can't really resolve. A crisis facility would be that other facility that we desperately need in our community. And so that's part of that, again, as we think about criminal justice and we think about the behavioral health running parallel to it, that's kind of a gap in our system right now, but that's something we're talking about actively at the CJCC. So that was pretty quick, but I know we're running short on time. I'm going to turn it back to Judge Reed to talk about Exodus, and I think there's another video coming up.
It's always a risk giving an attorney a microphone because we tend to not shut up. So one of our important justice partners on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and part of Coconino County is our sheriff, and our sheriff's office, of course, has the responsibility to run our detention facility. And many years ago, our sheriff's department realized that they were incarcerating folks that had to be in jail for whatever reason, and that they were not getting any particular services. And so they'd return back to the community in the same or worse condition as when they came in. So our sheriff developed what they call the Exodus program, which is a 90-day substance use disorder and life skills education for individuals who are incarcerated. Sheriff's Office wants us to be very clear that it's not an in-custody facility like we order people from the community to go to jail to do Exodus. But when individuals are in jail, then they have an opportunity to ask to participate in the Exodus program. Over the course of these last several decades, the Exodus program has been extremely successful. Individuals almost unanimously describe the experience as life-changing. The time that folks spend in Exodus can be a significant foundation in building a sustained recovery in the community. Even before Pathways became a thing, you'll hear about Pathways in just a minute, Exodus was motivated and worked hard to connect individuals to resources once they finished the program and returned to the community. And that included housing, that included recovery community, such as support group meetings and sponsors. Next, we have a video from an Exodus graduate, Amanda Gallegos. Amanda's here in the courtroom. Thank you, whatever this room is, in the Board of Supervisors chambers. So Amanda's here, and Amanda is an extraordinary individual who has gone on to serve our community to help others. The video.
So my life before Exodus was really rough. My childhood, a lot of trauma and abuse. I had 3 children, and they were in and out of my care. There was a point in time when I didn't talk to my kids for a year. And my youngest, she was 3 when that happened. I was facing some felony charges. I was tired. My kids didn't want to talk to me. I had nothing else to live for. But while I was in there, I realized that sobriety is what I really wanted. Exodus is a program that's inside the county jail that is a program for substance abuse. We did parenting classes. We learned about how drugs and alcohol affected our brain. People from the outside would come in and facilitate AA meetings. So when I got out, I was able to have those relationships with the women who came in. I did the things that they suggested, and it took me about a year to get my children back, but I was selfish in my recovery, and I'm still sober. I have 5 years. I have my own apartment, I have my own car, we go on family vacations. The family vacations and the house and the car are cool, but it's the little things in recovery that really mean a lot to me, like seeing my 3 daughters in the kitchen cooking together in our house. It's simple stuff like that that really means a lot. My position here at the juvenile court is I'm a peer support for family treatment court. So I get to support parents who have a dependency case and their children were removed from their custody due to substance abuse. My lived experience has a purpose now. And now I get to show them that that's not their future, that they can have a beautiful life if they want to stay sober. The Exodus program can help you if sobriety is what you want. It's amazing, and because you're incarcerated doing it, you don't have an option to leave, which really helped. But it's an amazing program, and Mike Vaughn, he's still the facilitator there, and he's amazing.
I want to thank Amanda for being brave and telling her story. I think that's just a beautiful video, and Exodus is a great program. Jumping ahead, and you've heard a lot about this, and we'll talk about it just briefly, but the Pathways to Community is a great program about jail reentry into the community. This was set up by our Sheriff's Department and also our Health and Human Services Department. Kim was a huge part of that. And there's a bunch of partners involved in this effort to get people the help that they need as they exit the jail. The idea behind it is that as people leave the jail, that's the best time to really connect with them and get them connected to other services, right? Transportation, housing, peer support, treatment. So this is what that's set up for. Let's go to the next one, Amanda. This is a terrible photo. We need to get better photos of Pathways, but it's essentially a hallway with offices, these windowed offices, and it actually looks much better than this in person. And there are people there just willing to help people get connected to the treatment and services that they need as they leave the jail so that they don't come back. We want fewer customers in the system. We got another video. I think it's about 3 minutes, and why don't we go to that?
My name is Christy Pugh. I have been to jail over 20 times in my life. My jail career is probably close to 20 years long. Anywhere from, a couple days to years at a time. I've been to prison as well. And I've definitely gotten out with nothing and nowhere to go. And in which cases I just returned back to drugs and whatever crime I was doing when I went in. Definitely probably 2/3 of the time that was my experience. First time that I connected with Pathways, I was in the Coconino County Jail, and I was trying to get into recovery court, and they hooked me up with Pathways to get me into a sober living, and it was a very great experience. I would describe Pathways as what comes to mind is just like a resource point, like a starting point, just a safe place to initially make contact with once you're released. Just a wealth of resources. That's how I would describe Pathways. I think that Pathways is an essential factor to Coconino County and its community. I personally don't know anyone that has been to this jail that has gotten out and probably not come through here, personally. And I don't know anybody that has anything bad to say about Pathways. You need help to get around town, they'll give you a bus pass. They can hook you up with housing. They can give you, job leads if you wanted job leads. Essentially, even if you just need somebody to talk to about your concerns or your fears, there's somebody there that will listen. And I'm sure there's countless other things that I don't know, but those are the things that come to mind for me. So my experience with the Pathways staff has always been great. Everyone is very personable, easy to talk to. We have access to tablets in the jail, and as soon as I was connected with you guys, I had a contact for Crystal Luna. And she would always do her best to get back to me within a day or two, was always very informative, never rude, no matter how many times I maybe sent her a message. And every time I answered or called, they would answer the phone as long as it was within business hours, and did everything that they could to help me with whatever I needed. Today, I'm proud of myself because I am clean and sober, because I am not a liar anymore. I'm honest. I go to work. I just feel like I'm a functional member of society for the first time in a really long time. I'm proud of my relationship with my husband. We made it through pretty dark times. I'm proud that friends call me as a reliable person to ask questions and get feedback, and I just feel like I'm a real person again.
Under the umbrella of the Pathway Reentry Program, Pathways to Community, is our diversion program. This is the County Attorney's Office program, Pathway Diversion, and in partnership with the Public Defender and Adult Probation and our Health and Human Services, of course. And this really, the genesis of this, if we go to the next one, Amanda, the genesis of this idea was based on a lot of these same cases that we were seeing. I referenced that drug possession case at the beginning. We were seeing a lot of these cases going into the courts, right? Possession of meth, possession of heroin, possession of narcotic drugs, even just paraphernalia, and they would be arrested, they'd be charged, and then they would be convicted eventually, typically through a plea agreement, and then they'd be placed on probation. And what the probation department would find is that this person needed treatment, not surprisingly. And so they'd be placed into treatment, and then they would get the help that they needed. And we spent all that time and resources, months of time, and many people involved in that decision to get to the point where we got this person connected to treatment. And so what the Pathway Diversion Program does is it shortcuts that process. At the Pathway Reentry, in that hallway that I had a terrible photo for, is one of our prosecutors, Keaton Williams, and he meets with people who have been booked on these charges, and he offers them a choice. Here's a contract. If you stay clean and sober for 6 months, if you connect with treatment, if you stay law-abiding, we will not charge the case. So it's a pre-charging diversion program. If they're successful, we don't charge the case. Now, sometimes people aren't successful, and we go through that process, right? And there are additional consequences involved. But this has a 60% success rate right now, which is phenomenal for this type of program, and we're looking to expand this into other areas as well. So that's our Pathway Diversion Program, just another exit point from the system. And now I'll turn it back to Judge Reed.
So I began our sentencing discussion with one option being probation, and I described sort of the historical probation, that it's all about monitoring and accountability. The new culture, the culture of probation, is that the officers are agents of change, and they're actively involved at the very outset of their interaction and then throughout the course of work with a person on probation, with doing evidence-based work and evidence-based assessments of particularly two things. So needs, determining what this individual's criminogenic needs are, and then trying to match those with appropriate resources. And then number two, determining what this individual's risk level is. And so for risk, we might describe that as risk of failing probation. So of course, and then returning back to criminal behavior. And so our probation officers are very motivated to identify early on the risk and the need, and then to be responsive and to tailor probation to the individual to meet those things that need to be met. That optimizes the deployment of probation, as not just simply monitoring and holding a person accountable, but trying to get them connected with the right sort of resources. So there are some individuals who are very high risk and very high need. So they're very unlikely to successfully complete probation. So they need a lot of resources to help them do that. And they're very high need for treatment for whatever the concerning presenting problem is. And so we have a great number of specialty courts, we call them problem-solving courts here in Coconino County, that are designed around this model, targeting high-risk, high-need individuals, those who are unlikely to be successful on standard probation or intensive probation. And these treatment courts across the board specialize in providing intensive treatment and resource connections, intensive probation supervision, and intensive court oversight. So I don't know why, but for some reason, a critical element of treatment courts is that individuals that are going through these programs develop a trust and an understanding in the court system, that it's not simply there to bang a gavel and to say you're now sentenced, go out and don't do wrong, but rather that we believe in these individuals. We believe that you are valuable members of the community, that we are here to support you, to encourage you to be able to be your champions as you move forward through this process and come into the community with welcoming arms and become outstanding members of the community. So it's important to understand that these treatment courts are an option of last resort. The resources are scarce, but they're essential for those individuals who are high risk, high need, and are very likely to be on that track to go into prison. Treatment courts have been shown through evidence-based assessments to be extremely effective. One aspect of my notes that I didn't cover was the costs. So we talked earlier about $41,000 a year to incarcerate a person in the Department of Corrections. Standard or intensive probation on average costs about $1,250 a year per person. Our treatment courts cost about $6,000 a year per person. So more expensive, but still far of different magnitude than the use of the Department of Corrections. So next we have a video from a recovery court graduate, Diana Collins, and Diana is also here, and Diana is also an extraordinary person who has moved through the recovery process and has found a place, like Amanda, as a peer support specialist in several different local agencies that are providing support for individuals as that peer support specialist, using her skills, and is on her way towards becoming a professional counselor. Thank you.
I had somebody just yesterday look at me and go, "You did drugs?" And I was like, "Yeah, I did drugs. I've been exactly where you're at. I know what you're going through." I would describe myself in 2019 as very broken. Didn't have really any life skills left. Everything about my life was centered around drugs or getting drugs or selling drugs. And I had no idea how to get out of that life. I knew I wanted a better life, but I didn't know how to achieve what I wanted. And I didn't really know how to be a human being anymore. The Recovery Court program involves intense outpatient therapy, individual therapy, random drug testing, court appearances, and meetings with the probation officer. And so part of what I had to go through in therapy was kind of realizing what caused me to use in the first place, why I picked up the pipe or the bottle or whatever it was, and to work through that instead of hiding from that pain and that trauma, to work through it and process it. And then another big part of it was learning relapse prevention and what would happen if I did relapse and what I would lose and the consequences of that. Another really big part of Recovery Court for me was building that support system that I needed to be successful in recovery. And I really did that. I found a meeting that I really wanted to go to, and I found a church that I'm a part of and a sponsor that works with me still to this day. Right now we're going through boundaries. And eventually DCS closed my case and I graduated from Recovery Court. And I actually made it through Recovery Court with 0 sanctions, which was amazing. I've learned that you can come back from that, that there's hope for recovery, that there's hope to get your children back, that there's hope to lead a normal life, and not only lead a normal life, but give back to society, give back in a productive and meaningful way. Now, I have all of these skills and tools that not only do I use for my own recovery, but I use them to help other people, which is really a big part of my recovery, is giving back and serving in the community. I'm a person in recovery, but I'm also a peer support specialist. I'm a mother, I'm a college graduate, and hopefully soon a substance abuse counselor.
One of the most extraordinary stories if you ever get a chance to talk with her. So I just want to say that our collective energy here in Coconino County is consistent with many specialty courts, problem-solving courts, trying to get to the root of the problem. It's not just Superior Court, but our limited jurisdiction courts as well. So just a quick list, of course, in Superior Court, we have Recovery Court, which is for high-risk, high-need individuals with substance use disorder. We have a mental health court for individuals who often have substance use disorder, but also present as seriously mentally ill, involved in the criminal justice system. We have a veterans treatment court, which addresses and helps individuals who are veterans, often with substance abuse and trauma, mental health issues. Some of these other specialty programs are not quite the same as those three, but they're important nonetheless. We have a consolidated competency court, which brings together all of our competency question cases to one judge with a team of individuals, including the county attorney, to determine if a person needs to deflect out of the criminal justice system, or divert out of the criminal justice system in order to be able to receive the appropriate care, or if they need to go through the restoration to competency process, which of course is very expensive, and the board is aware of the bills that come for that. So we have a team that work very hard in Consolidated Competency Court to try to deploy the county's resources wisely. We have Probation Revocation Court, where all folks who are on probation outside of these treatment courts but have a problem, get a petition to revoke, for example, are called before one judge to be accountable, and then have the opportunity perhaps to be reinstated, have another chance, or to be terminated from probation, but that's a consolidated function in revocation court, and we see consistency in that manner. Integrated Family Court and Conciliation Court are an extraordinary array of services deployed for cases that are domestic relations in nature. So looking back to that preventive aspect, not really criminal justice or not criminal cases, but those families and the quality of the way that they're able to engage with each other and to raise their children, that has every implication on the criminal justice system down the road. We have an array of services in Conciliation Court and Integrated Family Court for that purpose. Our juvenile court system is full of different kinds of services, including family counseling, including work with juveniles who are on probation in order to help them move out of the criminal justice system, not further into the criminal justice system. And then we have a family treatment court, which is an extraordinary specialized treatment program for families that are going through dependency cases. We have an amazing video in just a moment that we're going to finish up with for family treatment court. So we don't want to overlook the fact that we have 10 limited jurisdiction courts here in Coconino County that also are trying to serve their best interest of their community, including Flagstaff Municipal Court has a mental health court and a veterans treatment court. Flagstaff Justice Court has a mental health court. Page Justice Court has a drug court, and Page Municipal Court has a drug court and is just now launching a domestic violence court. Later on this year, Superior Court will also be implementing a restitution court to help individuals who are on probation be held accountable to make those victims whole. So we're going to conclude before Ammon's final comments with a video from Family Treatment Court.
Family Treatment Court is a specialty court created specifically for parents involved with child welfare where substance use was one of the conditions for the removal. And we are a phase-based program that is voluntary, and so Really, we're not forcing anyone into treatment. We use the case plan created by their Department of Child Safety caseworker. We are just helping facilitate that movement, making sure we understand what barriers they have to services and being sure that they have the support that they need as they go into a system that's scary and overwhelming.
How have the last 2 weeks been?
Good. I started working this past weekend.
So glad you're addressing that.
Yeah.
Really important. How's visitation going?
It's good. Just the transportation hasn't been so good. They brought her down the last weekend.
As we go into the process, we really want to learn where their strengths are and learn more about what their barriers are. Many times they're houseless, many times they're jobless. And so these are a lot of barriers for them as they go through this process. And as we address those barriers, we can connect them to resources in the community so that they know that once we're out of their lives, they know where to go for the help that they need.
Voc Rehab, I have a contact phone number and they will do an intake. They'll do a bunch of testing. They'll say, these are the things you look like you might be interested in and here's how we can help you explore that field. And they pay for school books, they pay for schooling, they pay for daycare.
They have access to treatment, they have access to parenting classes, they have access to visit coaching.
I started my parenting classes.
How'd that go?
It was good.
What'd you learn?
Just basically, how to discipline, how to communicate with the kids.
We celebrate small successes because it takes every little step to get where they need to go.
Right. And any change in your sobriety date?
No,
Congratulations. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
And it's not about good, bad, right, or wrong, ladies. And that's what you need to keep in mind. It's about what's working and what isn't, and what are you going to do about it.
Doing a good job. Want you to keep up the good work.
Sometimes our participants come in and it's sort of like, I know I need to do this to get my kids back. But as they go through it, they start to see that having that time to work on themselves really is a blessing because they can get their feet under them and get their lives back on track and often in a new trajectory. It all is in an effort to see a brighter future for themselves and for their families. Family
I just want to say that Family Treatment Court is an example of really coming full circle because we're talking about the next generation, talking about those kids that can be raised by healthy parents who are sober and are actively involved in helping them to become the positive members of the community that we wish to see. So we sort of come full circle with that prevention. Hammond has some final comments for us.
Thank you, Judge Reed. I want you to think about the system as a river, using that metaphor. At the head of the river, it's calm waters. People can enter and exit that river. But as you descend and get into the turbulence and get into the rocks, it becomes harder. It gets more difficult and dangerous. And that's, I think, a metaphor for this system. If we're addressing issues at the head of the river early on with kids, with the deflection model, with the diversion, it costs less. It's going to require fewer resources from the county. But as we get further down the river, as people are more engaged in the system with multiple offenses, it's going to take more effort to get those people out of the river. And we have programs, beautiful programs like Recovery Court that work for that purpose, but it does require more resources. So I want you to think about that in terms of the justice system and how we can engage earlier and have earlier interventions in the process. I asked you earlier to kind of personalize this. Think about if you were in the system, think about maybe a loved one that was in the system. I asked you that because this is a human system, right? We don't build widgets. It's not a system of widgets. We deal in people. And each person has a story. Each person has a history before the offense and after the offense that we have to deal with. And so as we talk about a system, I hope we can get away from, being soft on crime or tough on crime, but I hope we think about a criminal justice system with a soul. We think about the system as people and each individual having value. And so I'll close with that, but I think Diana had just last remarks and then we'll open up for questions. Thank you.
So as Ammon was saying, in the beginning, I asked you to think about how quickly any one of us could have ended up in the criminal justice system. The small mistakes or poor decisions have really big consequences. This understanding and this compassion is what created the alternative paths, which exist and what continues to drive the innovation in Coconino County. So thank you all for listening. We're open to questions and feedback at this time.
Thank you, Attorney and the judge and Mr. Garver, and then also Director Calanders. Thank you so much for your presentation. You had a lot to share with us, so I'm pretty sure my colleagues have questions, but you know, this is so much in just a few minutes, and just in an hour, and I think it's very important that we take care of people that are incarcerated differently, like you guys are doing, thinking outside the box and not just putting them in jail and leaving them there and serve their time and that's not going to do them any good. So I'm just thankful all the programs that you guys have, to ensure that, you're successful, in whatever you're doing, to help them get back out in the communities. And they're back with their loved ones. So thank you so much. With that, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you all very much for your presentation. And for those that shared your stories and the videos, I want to really thank you. Extremely powerful. And it's certainly, you not only is it impressive personally, but that you were willing to share your stories to help others in our community that are also struggling. And it's just incredible. And probably the strongest testimony, there's certainly a strongest, I think, message for our community members through those videos. And so I want to thank you. It's very brave of you to do it. And I really appreciate your willingness to help others. So thank you. And then I also want to just point out how incredibly impressive this is. And I believe that, and I'm going to tell you, I sit on the CJCC board, and when I was put on the board right after I was elected, probably because my background as a lawyer, I guess, and it was somewhat in turmoil. And I was basically told, sure, go and see what you can do, and go and see what's going on. And it was not really looked on very fondly. I'm being honest with you. And yet, I think that had we not had CJCC, not the collaboration that certainly I have seen with the county, the city, criminal justice system, all parts of the criminal justice system, and this community, we would not have what we just witnessed there. And I want to say, I think the CJCC has been tremendously successful. I think it's been extremely important that we're looking at criminal justice as justice partners. And somebody said that, I go, I like that, I'm going to write that down. Because I do think that that's what we're seeing. That's what we see here in Coconino County. It is a system. That means everybody's working together. It means we see the interconnectiveness and the networking that needs to be done here in order to have a criminal justice system. And I'm just so pleased to see all the hard work that has been done but through CJCC and different departments to really decriminalize those people who do not belong in our criminal justice system but end up because there's no place else for them. And I really applaud the hard work that's being done and the successes that we're seeing as a result of this. So I just, it's wonderful to see it. It's wonderful to see what 4 years will bring, actually almost 5 years, but this is pretty impressive. Welcome. I'm looking forward to working with you as part of the director of CJCC. And of course, these are marvelous human beings, and we are so lucky to have them here in Coconino County and working for our community. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation. It really helps me understand all the different components in a new way. And I've been through 4 budget hearings about the justice system. And so that says a lot. And so good job to the team, great job collaborating. It reminds me of last year's budget process when the team came together to get the funding for the mental health court and collaborated and told us that was priority. You know, this is just an extension of that, showing just how well this group works together and is finding a way to provide holistic justice in our county, which is really important because the effects of incarceration are multiplied many, many times over with the children and the relatives that are left behind, and how the folks that get out of being incarcerated can feel disconnected with their communities. And so just kudos, really much respect, because we need these programs, you know, and I think there was a comment during the presentation about it costs more to do these diversion courts. That might be more in the short term per person, but in the long term for our society, for our community, it's a worthwhile long-term investment. And so just want to say thank you. Keep pushing this forward. At least from my end, I'm supportive of these efforts. And so I look forward to doing the work with you and collaborating moving forward so that we can continue to provide these crucial services to our communities. And then to our ladies that came and gave their testimonials through the videos, thank you. I've heard both testimonials at different times, and much respect. And as was mentioned, it takes a lot to share your story and to put yourself out there, but doing so gives other people hope. Doing so gives other people an example of like, hey, if they can do it, I can do it. You know, it gives people that opportunity to self-reflect and see that others who have been in that situation can make through it. And then just on a personal note, I just want to congratulate Amanda. I've known her for a long time. Her children were my students at Killup, and I remember the rough days. So to see her as a public servant now means a lot. Much respect. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisors Ontiveros?
Thank you, Chair Begay. Wow, this was a lot. This was a lot. Something that struck me as I was listening to the presentation and watching the videos that were presented was that each arrest can be looked at as an opportunity. And I don't know why that struck me so much tonight, but who wants to be arrested? No one, okay? But when you are, there are two paths that one can take. The way that this is being handled through these treatment and diversion, deflection, whatever, that provides a completely different outcome. Okay, and so we could talk about the money factor. I believe $41,000 a year for somebody to be incarcerated, and I think the highest, I believe it was $6,000 per year for, I forget what court it was, but that was the most expensive one, right? Well, $6,000 compared to $41,000 is pennies on the dollar, okay? So yeah, it does take money, but then it's all of that downstream that happens with it. Like, it's not just that life. And I very much appreciate the way that this is being handled. Perhaps it was you, Mr. Barker, that said we're dealing with people, okay? And they're not going anywhere. And truthfully, when they end up in front of all of us, in front of all of you, what you're seeing are the symptoms. It's just the symptoms that you're seeing. And to drill down, like these programs are doing, to find the root cause, it's when that root cause is healed, then the symptoms go away naturally. So I'm really impressed with what is, with everything about this. It's a whole lot better than how it used to be. Amanda, and what was your name? Is your name? Diana. Wow. I want to tell both of you that I really admire your, I'm going to say courage to put yourself out there, because it had to have been quite humbling to have shared this story. But out of what you've done, I know, I don't know the statistics, but I know that you guys have impacted lives, because an understanding heart has wisdom. And you guys know where they're at, what they're going through. And see, you guys are believable. They're not going to believe me. They're not. Okay, but they believe you. And you guys are willing to go and sit with them and work through them. And that is really admirable to me. So I want to thank both of you guys for what you're doing. And I really have a lot of respect for just opening up and being who you are. One of the, I almost needed, I'm serious, that video, I needed a Kleenex, okay? That's what I meant when I said that's a lot. One of the questions that I have, and I don't know who it would be for, but I do believe that job opportunities are a huge part, because when a person feels that they are, sustaining themselves and taking care of themselves, that goes a long way. At the end of the day, you've accomplished something. What are the job opportunities? How do you guys connect in that way? Through these programs that you guys talked about, are there employment opportunities that you guys have to connect these people with jobs so they can become self-sustaining?
Yeah, the thing that comes to mind is pathways. I think there are opportunities through pathways as people exit the jail and meet with different people and the services there. But that's a great question, and I might have to do more research on that. But I don't know if my partners have. Yeah, do you have anything?
So for many years, we've had a partnership with Goodwill Industries, and they have expanded sometimes and contracted depending probably on their particular financing. But part of their mission is to help people get employment, and so along with other partner agencies, we often make referrals to places such as Goodwill to help folks get job training, to get job experience, to work on resumes. But that is definitely an area that continues to be a challenge. We also have identified numerous employers here in the community that are called felony friendly, and so they'll understand that a person is, for example, in a treatment court, is on a heavy probation requirement, and that person is good. That person is going to show up and work and be sober, and so we're able to write letters of support to share what our participants are doing, but it's definitely an area of needed continued opportunity.
Okay, no, I appreciate that answer, because it does come with a stigma. And, generally I imagine employers are not going to be leaping, to hire people that have felony convictions. And so I was wondering if there is any program to reach out to find employment opportunities. I don't even know how that would be done. So the Goodwill is a part of it, and reaching out to other, I think you called them felony friendly, employers. Yeah.
And one of the things that I'm doing as the new director of the CJCC is working with the county's economic development director, John Stoltenstall,
Yeah.
and then Arizona at Work. And one of the things I found is that most of the employers are unaware of the Work Opportunity Tax Credit, which is a federal credit to hire formerly incarcerated people and other people who are considered difficult to employ.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an opportunity, I think, that is underutilized across the state of Arizona. And I think we're going to be talking about that more as part of the CJCC.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. A lot of the stuff that I learned about tonight, I previously did not know about. I did not know about the Hope Juvenile facility, which leads to my next question. How do people know about this? How do people that are in need of that service, how would they know that it's there? I did not know it was there until tonight.
I think we could certainly accept that as another opportunity to continue sharing. There have been many stories in the newspaper about CAF News about the Hope Center. We recently received a really huge statewide award down in Phoenix. I'm not sure exactly what organization it was, but it was a really big award, but much more, what's that? ACO, yeah. So much more significantly, I just put in a search earlier today for Hope Center, and a whole list of resources came up, and one of those was Teros for crisis response, and then there were many other resources, and Hope Center was there, indicating that they were open and eager to help any family that had a child under the age of 18 at any time.
Okay, no, sometimes I just think I live under a rock, because I really did not know about some of this information until tonight. now that I'm aware of it, though, now that I'm aware of this information, it's good because now I can share it with people that I come across and so on and so forth. So I guess I'm just going to just end it there and just say that I'm very supportive of this because I mean, probably every single one of us in here, if we were really being honest, probably, yeah, you know what I'm going to say. We probably could all be there. Yeah. And the other thing that I really appreciate is that not judging someone until you've walked a mile in their shoes. Okay. I believe in second chances. And I realize that that people end up here, it's choices made. And I realize that there are probably those people that are going to just refuse help. Okay. And I know that I don't know what the statistics are, but most people, that doesn't describe most people. And so this safety net, in my opinion, is really, really valuable on many, many levels. So I am very supportive and just want to say again how impressed I am with you guys. And thank you so much for coming tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, everyone, for still being here with us. And I appreciate their presentation. And I did get a chance to go with Supervisor Horseman into the jail system. We did see the pathways and stuff like that. So I just appreciate, what is done, at the time they enter and then the time they exit from there. They're all taken care of. So thank you so much. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the CJCC has been on a long journey and challenging journey also. And it's really nice the way that you painted a picture from the very beginning, someone walking into the system and what that person experiences. And then on the side of the county attorney, judge, and then really talking about the children and just seeing a picture, we're walking into different rooms. And I just really has the way that you all summarize what our system is like. I've never heard it that way, and I just really appreciate that. I am on CJCC as well, and I'm familiar with all these programs, but I'm really happy that you were able to share again with the board and with the public as to how our system works. I really am amazed at the bravery of the video people that were in video. I didn't see it. I like to see the video. I just heard it. So I am really impressed with each of the individuals in the video telling their stories. That is, they too had a long journey, very painful at times, and wondering how they're going to get out of it at times, saying, I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm going to just stay here with myself. And, so I want to thank them that allowed themselves to be in these videos so they can help others. I want to just thank them. And then CJCC, I just want to commend every one of you, Judge Reed, and quite a few judges have been here with this and really worked through it, county attorneys and all our departments. And we have nonprofit organizations that are involved. This is a multi-agency system that we're talking about. And it's gone through a lot of challenges just to figure out how they're going to work together and what works best here. We've gone and seen other counties, how they work, but what fits here? And this really have you have evolved to where you are today, and I'm just really impressed with it. You know, it is, there's lots of continued research out there on learned helplessness. And here, that a lot of times, these are individuals that are in that state, and you're able to reach over and be able to take them by the hand and be able to help them stand up and open the curtains and walk outside and breathe and say, you're important. I can hear you. I can see you. And we're going to go through this together. That is really powerful. I just want to thank you all for saving lives, for changing people's lives, and helping them to a place that we all want to be. You know, it's an upward economic mobility for individuals and families and the next generation. It's very impactful. So I just want to thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I guess that concludes the presentation, and thank you again. You want to do the legislative? Can we just do the legislative one? Sure. That's it, Madam Chair. Next, we have on the agenda the legislative updates by
Thank
Keith.
you. Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. If you would honor us with a bit of time, we won't take much, but Keith just has a few updates.
Yeah.
Just a few updates. So thank you. And I know we've had quite a day. So thank you.
I'll keep it under 4 hours. So no, no, it'll be shorter than that. So I just have a really short federal and absolutely federal and state update. Just at the last meeting on the federal side, we had talked about the FY 2024 congressionally directed spending and trying to track that down to make sure that that funding was still there. We have been reassured by both Senator Kelly's office and by Arizona DEMA that that funding is there. I want to thank Deputy County Manager Musselman for working to that, and Tim Carter too for helping track it down, and some of the supervisors as well. But turns out the line item that was in question, there was a part that was zeroed out, but it was just to prevent the congressionally directed or the emergency operations center funding from 1 year to carry over the next year, so that we didn't get double funded, you know, so it isn't 600,000 2 years in a row. So we found that. So of course, nothing's a done deal till we actually see the money, so to speak. I don't want to over expect expectations, but everything should be on track for the 2024 CDS. And so the only stuff that was zeroed out really was the 25 because of the continuing resolution. I think that's it on the federal side. In the interest of time, I'll just give an update on two bills in the state legislature that had actions taken in the last 2 days. So today, the Water Bill 1520, that's a bill that Tim Dunn's bill from the Senate that moved over to the House that Gail Griffin's committee heard today. It did pass the committee on a 6-4 party line vote. There were a couple members of the majority that expressed some concerns about the bill and said in its current form that they might not vote for it on the floor, that they'll continue to work on it. But that bill doesn't adequately protect rural water, and it doesn't give enough local control. So there were some, there were some concerns expressed across the committee members and by many members of the public. And so we'll see where it goes, but that may be a candidate for a governor's veto at some point if it does pass the Senate there. The other one that we have been following for a long time, and it's kind of had a long journey. Some people call it the APS bill. That's not probably the correct term for it, but it's HB 2201, which is the bill that deals with utility responsibility or or with wildfire. And I have sort of mixed news on that. There's some pretty good news in the sense that the original bill now has been substantially amended, particularly by Senator Mesnard, who's head of the Finance Committee. He's had many conversations, including several with the county, with our county's lobbyists, but also with other people concerned about the bill. And there is a version that did pass through, after his amendments did pass through the Senate Finance Committee, but it may be a version that we can live with. We probably still don't love it, but it did make some very substantial changes from the original bill. The first is that the clear and convincing standard of evidence was dropped back down to the lower standard of preponderance of evidence, so it'd be easier to prove negligence. The clear and convincing standard is really, really hard to prove. The other standard may not be easy to prove, but it's a fairer, or a basis that would make it easier to recover damages. So that's a big change. The other one is that consequential damages can now be claimed in a lawsuit, which is kind of a big deal too, because if you take that out, it limits it in people who, for example, might lose employment or other things, can't collect on that. So the new version better protects the residents. I think at this point it's probably been amended enough so it has a good chance of passing the Senate. And then I don't think it's clear whether the governor will sign it or veto it, but it's probably been changed enough so that it's possible that she'll sign it. But I really want to thank our lobbyist, Karen. I want to thank all of you, because in your meetings with APS and other stakeholders, I think some of our concerns were heard. In the initial phases, I think people thought this bill was just going to run through without any changes. And I think due to some of the voices here and in other places, that some changes have been made that'll make it if it does pass, it's a substantially less concerning bill than it would have been. Not perfect, but it's something that we can live with, and I think something that people worked on to make it a better bill. And I certainly appreciate the Chair Mesnard of the committee doing as much as he did to try to change that bill, because a lot of times when they amend bills, they do little bitty things. These are not small things. They're pretty substantial changes, so the bill's very different. And that's all I got. I probably already took more time than I should, but if anybody has questions or comments, I can entertain those. Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you so much for the information. I guess. I think we'll go ahead and adjourn.
I was just going to take this opportunity to share kind of some late breaking news in terms of some funding things that are happening with Health and Human Services and ADHS. I just think it's timely. If you'll just indulge me for just a moment.
Item number 14 on administrative.
I was receiving texts this afternoon from Michelle Axlin, the Director of Health and Human Services, and one of them was ADHS notifying them, and this was just this afternoon, that they received a grant stop notice for one of the grants, the health disparities grants. And of course, this stop date was actually effective yesterday, so there wasn't even notice on this stop date other than it was actually retro back a day. There is a staff person partially funded. From this position. We're working with HR and some other, and with finance regarding that, because she's also partially funded from another position. But just so I say that more in that this is happening, and they also then had a follow-up meeting where they were not sure what to expect, but I did just get a text this evening or later this afternoon that said that there's also 3 of our ELC grants and an immunization grant are also being stopped. Some of them, there's not a lot of funding, and we'll have more information for you after HHS is able to get that information. But just by way of your awareness, the stop orders are referencing these because they're COVID grants and indicating that because COVID is over, the grant should be too. The state is talking with the governor to see if Arizona will put in a suit in with other states. Other states are quoting that the RIFs, or the, obviously for employees who are part of these grants and subcontractors, need a 30-day notice to stop per contracts. And so indicating that this new order may be in violation, but ADHS said they don't want to, of course, guess if the court's going to uphold the stop, but there'll be more information tomorrow. What I will say, just for your awareness, is that I'll have more information too in terms of positions that are funded by this funding. What I'm going to say is probably not many, and partially that's because of the way it's been managed over the last several years in terms of spending down the grants, but I don't want to be held to that until I get further details tomorrow.
Supervisor Horstman?
And I know everybody wants to get out of here, so
Yeah.
I'll try to keep this short. I really would love to get that information as soon as I can. Tomorrow at 2:00, I have an interview with NACO, and they're wanting to know specifically on what's going on for federal grants. And so that information's going to, if you can get that to me or get that to Cindy so that I can have that when I talk with him tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely, Vice Chair, and I'll be getting with Michelle in the morning and ask her to get that put together and whatever they get.
And how it's going to affect our community. We need to get that out on social media, as well as possibly look at, possibly the Jeff Kennedy show or those, so that the community understand what's going on.
Thank you. That's all I had. Sorry to keep you longer.
Thank you, Kim, and we'll continue to track that, and thank you for your feedback. And Madam Chair, members of the board, I know that you wanted to join a bit sooner. We could go over the planning calendar if you would like as well. There are a few things that are worth noting coming up. And then
Can we just wait on that?
we can, yeah. So Lindsay and I prepared, but yeah, we can wait, and we just want to make sure we keep you all informed. So we'll update the planning calendar and get it sent out to you.
Okay,
and
thank
so
you.
can review
Meeting
it.
is now
If you have any
adjourned.
questions, please
Yeah.
call me. Yeah,
Meeting is now adjourned at 8:16 PM.
thank you.